Well, hello and welcome. Big love, big blessings to everybody.
Yeah,
Sending you all much love. Hey, dear brother Indy, how are you doing, man?
doing great. So glad to be here today. It's been a lovely holiday weekend, and it's gonna be a great discussion today. I just know it. Looking at the topic of discussion today, seems to be something exciting for everybody here. And thanks to everybody in the chats for being here today. We're gonna be discussing the dichotomy of being today, and so there's been many aspects of dichotomy in the sense of being that have been brought up since all philosophers' time. And one of the most prominent ones that has been around that has kind of taken the forefront on the stage is dualism from Descartes, the idea of the mind and the body being separate, which kind of had its roots in Hermeticism back in the times of Hermes and ancient uh, Alchem or Alchemu, when he developed the idea of mentalism being the primary principle of the seven principles.
Indy,
And so comes
can
mind.
you hear me, brother?
Yes, I can.
Uh, Namaste. I just got a notification that says that you've got Riverside open in other tabs, and it
Yeah,
might
I
be
can close it. It was
creating
loaded from last week.
that will create. It just warned me. It said there was something wrong, so just thought I'd let you know. It might affect the
I think
audio
that's what
and
happened. If I get kicked off, it tries to load up all the data from the stream that I had recorded previous to getting kicked off, and then it makes it hard to get back on because I can't turn off these downloads. But hopefully we won't have to deal with that today. I'm gonna stay on the show. Stand blessed. It's trying to reconnect already. Oh my goodness. But
sorry
as
to
I was
interrupt
saying,
you. Namaste, brother.
yeah, in Hermeticism, they suggest that the mind came first before matter, and so in that sense, we have the understanding through Hermeticism that mind is primary, and that the physical realm comes after the imaginal realm, and the mind comes before the body. And so we do see that. We spoke about this on the show where the emotional body and the subconscious and um, the astral and ethereal bodies seem to influence the physical body. What happens there seems to happen first, and the things that happen in our physical body seem to be the result of the emotional body um, trying to help the physical body see what is unseen in the emotional wounds. And so it manifests itself in conditions, injuries, accidents, all kinds of things. And so you can think to yourself, oh, it's on my toe. Oh, darn, I should move that chair. Or should you think, oh, it's on my toe. What is my body trying to tell me? What am I, what do I need to wake up to right now? And what's the symbolism of my toe? What does that represent to my emotional body? So, you can ask these questions, and then if you come to an understanding of something that's more primary than the physical injury itself, and so you get down to the root cause of healing, and you can heal your emotional body, your physical body will start to prosper and not have to deal with the conditions and the injuries.
Yeah, brother. Totally. And that's like what I call like old school panpsychism, you know. Um, there is
Yeah.
something going on with your mic. I wonder if could you check your noise cancellation and echo cancellation settings on the side panel. Um, I'll just look. I'll show you when I mute your thing. You notice how the audio changes, it becomes clear. So I don't know if it's because you got a loud volume on. For some reason, I spent namaste everybody in the space, sending you all big love, big blessings. Hope you guys are having an awesome day. I am a little bit gutted. I spent a whole lot of time last night on OBS Studio, learning how to make it work, learning how to make it just fly, to keep it flying, to keep it rolling and keep it smooth. Namaste, Hollowbone Hawk. Namaste, the Star. Hope you guys are well. Hope you guys are thriving. Namaste, Out Tuition. Namaste, Flower Forest. Big love and blessings to all of you guys. You guys know Indy Sage is the shadow worker extraordinaire, but he's also deeply embedded into Western and Taoist and also into Vedic and shamanic cosmology and philosophy and practices. So he's an all-rounder. Let's hope we can get these little glitches sorted out. I do not see myself hanging on to Riverside. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I tried it, and you know what my verdict was? Riverside should have been called In the River. Like, it shouldn't be next to the river. It should be in the river, floating down the river. We call it a floater where I come from. Anyway, big love to you. We're on this floater raft for now. Please excuse the smell. We're trying really hard to make things work. And if it kicks off enough fast, then we'll probably go onto OBS Studio and just try and. In fact, I could probably jump off and jump onto the same stream with OBS Studios. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised if I'd be able to just join the same stream. That's an interesting concept. But for now, we shall just keep flowing. Did you manage to play with your settings, dear brother Indy?
From top. Didn't want it to be too high. I see. There's some soundbar motion over here. I don't know if this is the background. I tried to turn off my echo cancellation, but it didn't seem to turn off. Let's see. This can't be changed while recording, it says. Am I sounding loud enough, though? Let's see, am I muted now? No. I can turn it back up more if you think that'd be better. Check the chat, see what everybody's saying over there.
Sorry, brother. I was muted. Your volume's not a problem at all. Your volume's great.
Oh,
I can hear you well.
hello. Hello. Good. You
Thinking
sound alright.
it's just the background noise. You wanna turn on the button that takes out the background noise. It should be able to work quite easily. Anyway, brother, you were saying, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Big love. How is it in the studio, peeps? I don't know how to access the chatting now.
The chat it's on the bottom right. There should be a little icon, chat. Bottom right. Or if you go back to settings, turn off settings.
That's me turning on the chat, peeps. There it is. Sorry, I had this other thing popping up and it was covering the chat. It's this pop-up bar. I was trying to get rid of the ocean sounds. Like it sounds like we're underwater. So how's it sound to you guys in YouTube and what have you? Is the audio good? Lovely. Well, let's carry on, brother. You were saying about the way in which, well, the way in which the idea is that matter is an externalization or an internalization of spirit, that consciousness precedes form. I think it's probably a good place to start when we're looking at the fundamental.
Yeah, this would flip our education through indoctrination on its head, and we've been taught to think strictly along the lines of materialism. And so this kind of shows us a different perspective of seeing things, in the sense that the material is not the end all, and it's quite the opposite. It is the last stage of manifestation, I would think, as far as the mind being the first stage of manifestation. And then other aspects of the unseen, the emotional body, may come after the ethereal and astral bodies. And then we have the physical body that comes last. That is the last chain reaction of the body. It shows things that manifest before it. And so through Taoism, we also see that they suggest that the Tao itself, which is the source of all manifestation and mystery and origins, is an unseen aspect that comes primary before the yin and the yang manifestations that come from it. That are the only things that we have awareness to see with our two eyes. And so without contrast, we don't see these source bodies because they exist in a harmonic state in which they do not live amongst a contrasting element. And so without contrast, the two eyes are not able to perceive. This doesn't mean that the inner eye can't be aware. And so through inner eye awareness, we can become aware of the unseen and the primary bodies, particularly the ethereal, astral, and emotional bodies, or spirit and soul, that are unseen in the physical realm for the most part. They carry our energy, and they carry our place in the realm here in this time, and our place having come from past lives and having gone towards future lives. And so this is a long connection between the various bodies and their places in the realm. So I think at any given time, the particular body here and now in the material realm wants to think that this is the present moment, this is all there is. But the other bodies are able to branch out to other aspects of time through like the future body, the past selves, the future self. The other bodies are connected to things outside of time and potentially altered timelines of different timelines can come into unison in the present. So, like we spoke about last week, how the Druids had a system of a upper world and a lower world and a central world, and so in some ways, um, our connections can be on a lower plane and they can be on a higher plane. So we might be drawn towards um, doing things that are out of impulse, that are out of selfishness, that could have repercussions to our past and future selves. Or we could do things out of selflessness and through compassion, and that might have a way to boost our vitality or our energy on our past and future selves. So it's an interesting dynamic, and there's a lot more to it than that as well. But it's interesting to see that we do make these divisions. But ultimately, I spoke last week about how really the divisions are for the words, the references of our understanding. But all things are deeply interconnected as one. And so last week I mentioned how if we envision the mind being like a stream, then the subconscious mind could be considered maybe the bed of the stream, the stones and the mud upon which the stream flows. Without it, there would be nothing to hold the stream itself. And so in a lot of ways, people consider the stream and the bed of the stream to be different, but they are ultimately connected. So I think we could also see things as such, but it's very puzzling sometimes to the mind to wonder as to whether we're dividing things just for the referential term or whether we're really dividing things in our mind as separate ideas. But can we unite them and see them all as one? Maybe a more of a difficult process, but I think ultimately that would be a way in which we'd be seeing the most clear the interconnections of things. I feel like a thing is defined by its place within the whole. And so without seeing the big picture, you can't really understand anything.
I'm going to my house.
You know, that's really, really good. It's a good start and it's really interesting. I'm just turning down the volume on my phone because I'm on a live, so my mom will be calling.
Gotcha.
She can sense when I'm on a live. She has this way. Is it okay if you mute yourself until you talk? And if there's something you want to say, there's a little button here with a little hand. And if you click it, there's a little hand that pops up. So then it will, like, I don't think everyone sees it, but I'll see this little hand pop up. So that way we can maximize the audio stream quality. That's the one good thing I'll say about this, is that it makes it easy for people to talk. Like when you say, oh, he's got something he wants to say, you can actually see it like on the screen. So, you know, what you're saying is so beautifully in point, because we're talking about panpsychism here, essentially, right? And we're talking about how the nature of panpsychism in ancient times. Namaste, Kobe Chieto. How you doing, man? I hope you guys are rolling with it, rolling with the punches, flowing with the munches. Oh, by the way, big blessings to you all. I hope you guys have had an absolutely awesome passing of the sun, when the divine sun that feeds our plants was reborn on its cross and started its journey across the heavens, where the days where I live got shorter and the days where he lives got longer. And celebrating the Yule or the Christmas or the Saturnalia, whichever rocks your boat. Is it Saturnalia? Am I getting this wrong? What's wrong with my brain? But I hope you guys have all had an absolutely awesome holiday period, chilling with the family. That's what it's about. Namaste to everybody that's in the chat, that's arriving and sitting, chilling. Keep chilling. So yeah, where I was going with this was the idea of panpsychism, which is being presented to us by physicists in modern times, is an idea that all physical things happen to have consciousness, where Indy was pointing out earlier that actually all things are consciousness and they can just happen to have physical emanations, which is the traditional way of looking at it. And the modern way of looking at it from the scientific perspective is, well, back to front, isn't it? It's the opposite. And so when you start to dive into this concept, I've noticed that there are a lot of people out there that are very very anti-dualism. Like it's a thief, and you'll feel the impact of that. A lot of chat rooms, people talking spiritual philosophies, especially the New Ages, where they think that dualism and dualistic thinking is some outdated form of thinking, and that it holds you back, prevents you from grasping the oneness. Not a term I appreciate. The concept of unity is something I embrace, because I believe that everything is unified. But the word oneness, it smacks of a personal reference rather than just a phenomenal reference. Because we are personally individuals. We are not personally in a state of oneness. We are cosmically in a state of oneness, but personally in a state of unity. And when we transcend personality, then we embrace the cosmic unity behind all things. But that is when one is not in one's persona. And that persona differentiates and produces the polarities. And the polarities are the proverbial limits of the sphere that we are working within, that gives the form to the circumference of being, if I can put it in such a way. And so this philosophical attack on duality, dualism, on dualistic thinking, seems to be such a big thing. And I think it largely to do with what, in my opinion, is the mistranslation of ancient texts, especially the Buddhist texts. I think that there have been travesties done in terms of these translations. And I also feel that, you know, there's a lot of confusion out there with regards to the interpretation of these things. So when I consider it, I would say, you know, what part of reality do we not experience through our mind? That, I think, is a good question for us to sort of dwell upon. And I'd love to hear your take on that, Indy, because the mind what it does is it puts things into polarity so that it can unfold things and see the scope of things. And in order to see the scope of things, you need to unpack it. And the principle of unpacking it is to open it up and allow its polarities to become active, so that one can see the necessity for being able to rationalize. There can be no rationalization without this polarity. There can be no analysis without polarity. There can be no logical context drawn between things. And this is, I think, a natural extension of the human consciousness and of the mind as it's embedded within the physical body. So which part of reality do we experience without our minds? In other words, I would propose to say that there's no experience you can have that isn't a mental experience. I don't know, what do you think, Indie Brother?
Well, I feel like everything we experience through our minds, really, but ultimately there's some things that we experience through our minds that are not, we can't really experience it with our senses. And so I think that would involve things like microscopic things, inconspicuous things like a bacteria, for example. We do experience, like, in our minds, an imagination of what they are, but we really don't know what they're doing or what they look like or what their images of appear to be. So I think things like that allow our imagination to kind of run wild. And I think, for example, with, like, people are scared of microbes, have microbial paranoia. I feel like I'm on the other side of that, where it comes to, like, people that have learned about the Human Microbiomes Project, which came after the Human Genome Project, helps us understand the value of our microbiota, which are, like, not only bacteria, but also different types of symbiotic organisms that live in our tissues. It's been found that we need a healthy microbiota in our gut biome to be able to create the proteins that we need, because they found in the Human Genome Project that the amount of genes that we have, around 20,000, is a lot less than most other animals and plants. The flea itself has 30,000. So they wondered, how could we even make our proteins with only 20,000 genes? This is absurd. And so they created the Human Microbiome Project, but got swept under the rug because they found that we don't create them. The bacteria in our gut actually create the proteins that we need for us, and they influence our mood through the polyvagal nerve. And so there's a strong influx between the human body and our symbiotic organisms that live with us, that help us create the proteins and nutrients that we need, and create our the proteins that create the tissues of our body are created by non-human organisms amongst us. So I think once people start to learn about that, they might start to see bacteria in a different way than we were kind of taught to see them. And of course, there are dangerous ones that you want to stay away from, but it's important to stay away from those. It's important to be able to have a healthy, protective biome of symbiotic bacteria to help you in your life and help protect your skin and your gut and help you process your food and a lot of things that we've just started to learn about. So this is pretty exciting, and I know this is not exactly what Frank is trying to get to here, but I feel like that's one of the examples of something that we don't really see within the physical world, but in our mind we have a place for it, and we have an imagination there. And there's very divergent ways in which we see that particular thing, so I think there's a lot of room for understanding there, to be able to come in to understand that they're not all bad, that there's actually really very important to us. So that could be a big lesson for people, to be able to understand that what they used to think was the worst possible thing could actually be one of the most important things for our health. And so eating things like prebiotics that have strong fiber, things like that, are really good for especially an alkalized diet will help. An acidic diet will feed the wrong biome usually. And so if you eat a lot of things that are like sugar, meat, dairy based and grain based only, you're not having your green vegetables, it's going to favor your acidic favoring microbiota. And so those are very toxic usually. And they can lead to things like a candida infection when you get very dry skin and you crave sugar. It's very common. And so sugars, for example, are something that are actually dangerous for microbiota, but the toxic ones tend to crave them. But sugars are a web. They create they're a big chain, and so when they go into your body, they can kind of strangle up your mitochondria, which are kind of healthy bacteria, endogenous bacteria in your cells. They can strangle up your mitochondria and lead to poor mitochondrial health. And mitochondria provide our energy to us. So when you have poor mitochondrial health, you'll be very fatigued and drained and lose a lot of energy. So although sugar can give you energy, too much sugar can take away that good energy by damaging our mitochondrial health. So these are some things that we're learning about in a microscope and we don't really see with our own eyes. So I think through technology, we're starting to develop more of an imaginary understanding of these things and what the role they play. But there's so much more for us to learn about them. We're really not really on the level there. Like Osmosis Jones, where they've made several movies where they go into the cellular level and people are at the same level as a cell, seeing what's going on there. And they kind of personify the microbiome sometimes in these little stories, which is cute. But I think there's a lot there that we could start to understand and learn from our cells and how they're operating. We've already learned a lot about what we can do to boost our own health. But at the same time, there's the macroscopic world, which we don't really see these things. And I think through ancient traditions, they've had ways of protecting us from the damages of these things without even seeing them. And some people consider it superstition, but there was actually, a way of going about this that was healthy, and many cultures have found particular customs that have helped them escape by the dangers of these unseen things that should be respected, these cultures.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to that. And I think that does sort of tie in to the idea, the fundamental concept of this dichotomy, this dichotomy, which is really a series of polarities that produce a synchronicity within our bodies. And a lot of those microbes, you speak about microbes, there's a duality there. Isn't that interesting? You get the good microbes, what we call the good microbes, and we get the bad microbes. And really what differentiates the good microbes from the bad microbes is really very simple. It's got to do with, does it process oxygen in the way that we do? Does it process things in a positive sense in terms of the alkalinity and the balance? The so-called negative microbes produce acidity, and they require acidity to thrive. And the so-called positive biomes require an alkalinity to thrive, more so. Obviously, they're striving towards a balance. So you've got one set of microbes in your body that will eat the decaying cells. And without those carnivorous, dangerous microbes that will eat the decaying cells, you would have a problem, right? And then you need another set of microbes that are going to secrete enzymes to make new cells grow, right? And so and it's the same in the soil. You need a certain set of microbes that are going to digest plant matter and animal matter that's not alive. And this would be considered, harmful, dangerous microbes, germs. But you'll also need positive microbes and germs that are going to help to release the minerals from stone and rock and crystal in the soil. So, and those would be considered positive. What do we call it? There's actually a word. I can't think of it right now. It's got to do with your breathing cycle. what is that word called? I don't know if you can think of it, Indy.
Cardiovascular?
It's another one, man. It'll come to me
Pulmonary.
later on.
Pulmonary.
Um,
Yeah.
it's a fairly shortish word. It's a single word, 2 syllables, I think. It will come, but this has got to do with the way in which they metabolize, and it's really simple. Some of them require rotting material, right? That's normally how you can tell the microbes that require, for example, a positive ion in order to exist. So they need these positive hydrogen ions, and then you get the microbes that require the negative hydrogen ions. And the positive hydrogen ions are released during decay. And, you know, the others are the opposite. So we've got microbes that hold our body together. So we need this positive and negative microbes to produce a balance in the body. It's exactly the same as what we see when we look at the universe. We need this inertia. We need this force of creation, whereby new particles are being born, and we need this force of destruction that is causing things to break and become old. We talk about atomic life, right? So there are these two forces that are present, and in every aspect of life, it seems to be as important. Like if your body isn't dying at the rate that it's getting born, you're not in balance. What is cancer? Is cancer where your body gets born faster than the rate that it dies? It's got to do with respiration. You're right, India. It's got to do with respiration. It's a kind of respiration that we're talking about. So the bottom line, when we look at these two different forces, are everything seems to be bound by some kind of a polarity, right? And there's no way to escape that. There's no way. You wouldn't be able to walk if it weren't for inertia and gravity upon which your fulcrum could act, right? You'd be stuck. You wouldn't be able to move. And you can extrapolate that to all other things, right? Without the sadness, we wouldn't be able to experience joy, because we wouldn't know that joy exists. Without loudness, we wouldn't appreciate silence. Without silence, we wouldn't appreciate loudness. Without weakness and suppleness and the ability to move, we wouldn't be able to utilize the rigidity of strength. Too much rigidity of strength causes a lack of mobility. It means that the strength cannot be converted into power. More mobility and stretch and physical ability means that more of the strength can be converted to power. So the strength to power ratio raises the more weakness there is. What an interesting concept. And it's a concept in martial arts that's well appreciated, right? The more you relax and the more you flow and the less you try to utilize power or strength, the more power you can generate with any technique, which is almost antithetical. So if you want to learn to punch really hard, don't try and punch hard. Just relax and gently throw out that punch, but just tie up all the loose ends so that there's a flow, that everything moves like one chain reaction. And I think that's like really the basis of chain reactions are to do with polarity. A comes to B, B goes to C. So B is receiving A as B is giving to C, as C is receiving what's coming from B and giving to D what came. And so there has to be this receiving and giving. And it's quite interesting. We're in the time of giving now, right? This time of year. So getting back to the conversation about this discussion that seems to be prevalent about the nature of duality, being something which is, we're going to leave it behind. I don't think we can leave duality behind. I think it's part of this reality for a reason. I think we can become overtly and overly fixated upon duality to the point where it can dominate our lives. And maybe this has happened, but I think that it's a necessary part of the matrix, a necessary part of the program. And I think that this idea of leaving duality behind and entering into a oneness in itself is almost like a cop-out, right? Because if you think about the nature of creation, right? So let's take the Hermetic principles, right? We start off with the Hermetic principle of mind, thought. All things are thought. And so all things come from thought. All things return to thought. All things thought cannot be changed. It cannot be taken from. It cannot be added to. It is complete in itself. This principle of mentalism is in itself the totality of all things and the totality of being. Though this then has to become polarized. But it becomes a dual expression of things that relate to other things. So this has got to do with the multiplication factor, where 1 becomes 2, becomes 4, becomes 6, becomes 8. You know, these numbers, or 1 becomes 2, becomes 4, becomes 8, becomes 16, becomes 32, becomes 64, 128, 256, you know, 512, 1024, 2048. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? It's in our hard drives, in our the way that our information bits work. And there's a reason for that. This binary code is really fundamentally a structure of the way things are. And so to try and escape that is a form of escapism from physical reality, because physical reality is the expression of these polarities. That correspondences are a reflection of the multiplicity of being, and multiplicity is what we're experiencing. Even though it's in a unified field, we are experiencing multiplicity in a unified field. And this, obviously, this multiplicity, which we are noticing as the correspondences between all different things, is then drawn together in a field of vibration, like a breath. And in this field of vibration, so notice, you got one thing, mentalism. Then you got two things, right? Correspondence between A and B. Then you got one thing again, vibration, right? Then from vibration of one thing, you've again got polarity, the next of Hermetic principles. And from polarity, it's drawn back together to one thing of rhythm, right? And from that one thing of rhythm, it's drawn back to cause and effect. And from cause and effect, it's drawn back towards the union of generation, of the genders coming together, the male and the female, in a single field of physicality. So the field of physicality is related to the field of rhythm. And the field of rhythm is related to the field of vibration. And the field of vibration is related to the field of the mentalist field. And then the field of correspondences is related to the field of polarity. And the field of polarity is related to the field of cause and effect. So we've got three sets of poles, polarities. And we've got 4 points of singularity, if we look at the 7 principles of Hermetics, right? And exactly, namaste Neil, how you doing? Hope you're good, man. I hope you're having a good holiday. Exactly, Neil. One cannot experience thought without dualism, and this has got to do with what we're talking about here, these correspondences. Because in order to experience thought, there has to be correspondences coming into being, and that produces polarity, and the polarity produces cause and effect. And so one thought becomes the cause that affects the next thought, and the thoughts run like from one to another, cause and effect, reflecting the polarity between the thoughts, keeping the correspondences of that thought which corresponds to the next thought. So it's like a chain of thoughts that are flowing, and these 3 principles our three sets of poles are moving these thoughts liquidly through our consciousness. And then we've got these four phases of singularity. Now, this isn't by accident. I want to point this out to you. I want you to think about the Kabbalah for a moment, right? Maybe I should pull up an image. Go on. Image, 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 image. We want to see a little picture now, a little picture that sees somehow. Lovely, brother, lovely. Okay, so let me pull up a Kabbalah tree with 4 worlds. And I should be able to find a nice little picture. A nice little picture. Okay, so this is an overly complex version, but I'll pull up a few of them so that you can see them all up close. Not just hocus pocus, but something that can keep your focus. A little bit of something that can keep your focus. Okay, open image in the new tab, and this is probably a better image. That's probably the best one. Okay, so let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, here it comes. Are you ready? Because it's coming, and it's coming now. It's coming on a screen near you. Always, Indy, whenever you share an image, don't forget to knock out that audio tab. I've noticed that this river, this software that belongs in the river, tends to be very audio sensitive. I don't know how they kept it out of the river for so long. So there we go. There is the idea that we're talking about. And so we've got the 4 worlds. Yeah, right. We've got Asiya, which is the world, physicality, which is the coming together of the 3 worlds. And the 3 worlds, this Vav, He, and Yod of the tetragrammaton, which is the Yod, He, Vav, He. Yahweh, right? Yahweh. These 4 letters that make the 5 vowel sounds, which the final vowel is O, because these 3 becomes, this Vav becomes a polarizing effect, because it becomes O, so it's Yahweh, because it is both below and above. This is Taurus, the toric field. And the toric field has to separate in order to produce this polarity. Here we go, once again, can't escape that, polarity, that facilitates this this potential, right? Because without that, there could not be anything. So we've got the absolute, that fundamental state of being, which is primordial. We've got the Bria, which is the astral field, which is related to emotionality and the emotional potential, the energy of motion. Then we've got the Vav, which is Yetzirah, which is the sphere of formation, which is your thinking apparatus, which is your mental action, shall we say. So this is, He is the emotional action, the Bria, and the Vav is the mental action, as opposed to pure supreme mentality, where the Yod is mentalism in its purest form without action. It just is. It's the primordial state of mind. This Vav is what mind becomes when it's been separated. So this primordial state of mind contains both He and Vav in it. The emotion and the thinking apparatus are together in one thing, but they're not moving from A to B because they are bridging all points in time-space simultaneously. That's the Akasha. Then this is split, and what splits off is the He and the Vav, and the splitting of these 2 elements produces emotion and thinking. And then the emotion and the thinking come together to reflect the totality of the primordial state within the physicality. However, it's been put into segments of differentiation due to the polarizing effects of the He and the Vav splitting apart from the Yod, as it were. So these letters all emerge from each other, you could say. And so getting back to the Hermetic principles, right? When we look at the Hermetic principles, we see, like I was saying, the first principle, mentalism, it's unified. Second principle, it's polarized, right? Because it's about correspondences between this and this. The next principle, vibration, unified. The unified vibrational field. The next principle is the heart, polarity. Polarity, it's about polarity, it's two. The next principle is rhythm. Rhythm is, once again, the unified principle, because it's just rhythm. It's the totality of the substance of rhythm. It's not A and B. And then the cause and effect, the polarizing expression of polarity from one thing to another, affecting the other. And then from there we have the union between where the masculine is embedded within the feminine. And so these 4 points of non-polarization, you could say, is the point of moving from the bottom up, the point of rhythm, the point of the point of physicality and generation that generates matter, the point of rhythm, which is the expression of Saturn and time. Notice the first point is the green one, the green tree at the bottom, which relates to Malkut, and that's the physical reality. The next one is the etheric reality that relates to the mental body, and that has got to do with rhythm, the shamanic key, if you will. And the next principle beyond that is the principle of vibration, right? And that vibration is the seat of your soul. That vibration carries the emotion which is felt by the heart. The heart is feeling what's carried by the throat. Emotion, when it's not being expressed, is in the throat. Emotion, when it's being tuned and becoming expressive, is a feeling. It's two different things of the same thing. Feelings are polarizing, emotions are not. A feeling can be explained, an emotion can't. An emotion is too abstract. And then the next point is the mentalism sphere, which is that, like, the proverbial pinnacle, apex point of the pyramid, if you will. And that sort of gives you a perspective of being able to understand the four worlds in terms of the Hermetic principles. And so you can see how Hermetic Kabbalah is structured, right? I think that gives us a fairly good impression of the Hermetic Kabbalah, the way that it's expressed. Here is another way of showing the same image, right? And here we speak about the earth, the pentacles, the tarot. Here we speak about Yetzirah, that formative mental action plane, which is where the forms are generated, formation, forms, which is the element of air, which gives structure. And then the water, which is the cups, which is that flowing, which represents that which receives. And then the fire, which is the spark from whence the light and all of the emanations arise, which is in itself a complete structure within itself, but not structured and yet transcendent. And so that's like just yet another way of looking at this idea. And these are broken into sets of polarities, which can, like, quite easily be sort of conceptualized if we want to. So here we have the same tree of life. And so here we have Absolute, what we were talking about. That's the first unity. Here we have the second unity, which is that astral plane, the Bria, as we call it. And here we have Yetzirah, which is that third singularity. And these are the three planes of the shaman that come together to form a seer. And a seer is the culmination of these 3 points. And so we've also got the enneagram here. We've got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We literally have the enneagram in these 3 things. So this is now the enneagram. This is what the enneagram is describing to us. These drawings came at a later stage. The Chaldeans never used to draw things in such ways. They would just create an enneagram with sacred geometry, and it would have it all locked within the enneagram, all of this knowledge. So, you know, there's quite a lot of different ways of sort of conceptualizing these things, but the bottom line is that polarity and duality are at the core of the structure. And there's one more thing I will add. Of all of those 4 different points, the point being physicality, right? The 7th Hermetic principle. And the point being rhythm, which is the 5th Hermetic principle. And the point being vibration, which is the 3rd Hermetic principle. And the point being mentalism. Those are all singular points. And so those singular points are actually one point. This is quite important to understand. Those 1 points are at the center of the triangle. And those other 3 points make up the 3 points of the triangle. So hence, each of those is represented by a triangle. And triangles are so sacred because they represent these 3 sets of polarities. And each of the 3 sets of polarities, it's hidden in plain sight. Our tuition sounds like the Aesir, like the Norse gods. These 3 sets of triangles are bound in this singularity, and that singularity holds that. So the Trinity is really expressing this concept of 3 worlds, the 3 shamanic worlds, the divine world, the middle world, and the underworld, which is like right back at the roots of understanding, knowledge, spiritual sciences, occult awareness, is breaking it down to the tree, the roots, the trunk, and the branches, and the leaves. And, you know, the leaves are the what's left behind. Yeah? The root is the journey through time towards the future. I want you to think about this for a moment. The root is the route that you take, the journey towards the future through time. The leaves are what we leave behind in our wake, right? In our wake, we leave our leaves behind. The tree can pass away at the top. The leaves can pass away, the branches can pass away, but the roots, if they stay alive, the tree can be reborn. So we see like there's an idea of rebirth here, and the underworld is the key to understanding these principles of rebirth. This is why the underworld is so important. This is why your heart gets weighed in the underworld. Are you worthy to do another cycle? Do you have something to give back, basically? And so these 3 ideas that are bound in the triangle literally represent these 3 profound forces of the leaves being left behind, of the roots of the tree moving forward into the future. And so the astral consciousness is about understanding where we come from. The leaves, the upper branches. The root, the underworld, is about understanding where we're going, right? The etheric is looking forwards. The astral is looking backwards. The superconscious, or the causal, is containing the now. And the now is an expression of both the future and the past. And the future and past are really just polarities of the now. So when you exist out of time, you exist without polarity. So to exist in a world without polarity, time would not be able to exist. Neither would the underworld, neither would the causal field, right? Or the astral field. The whole of reality would have to collapse. And all of those 4 points that we've drawn out distinctions here of the Hermetic principles, and as we've seen in the Kabbalistic diagrams, would have to collapse into a single point. And within that single point, there would merely be 3 points around that single point, and that single point would then be the origin of those 3 points, which would be the triangle. And that would be the subtotality of being. then we would no longer have veils, because these veils exist of consciousness because these 3 points have been separated, and from each have derived 3 points, 3 points, 3 points. And so we've got the 3, the 6, and the 9, representing the first 3, with the second 3, and these 2 coming together, and the 9, representing the totality of both the 3 and the 6. And then when we look at that and we go, well, that's quite interesting. You know, what do we get when we say 9 times 6 is 54? What do we say when we get 54 times 3, right? We get 162. There's something quite interesting about that number, 162, because we're talking about 81. 81 is 9 times 9. So we're running back that full circle of 9 squared. Oh, by the way, today is 77. It's the 27th psychic number for today, mind. And of course, the month number is 12, which becomes 39. And 39, when you compound that with the 20th century and the 25th year, is 45 plus have I got that right? 45 plus 39. I must be making a mistake here. Am I making a mistake, Indie brother? 27 plus 12 becomes 39. 39 plus 45 becomes, becomes 84. Yes, 84. Did I say 77? Sorry, my mistake. I think 77 was last week. I'm a week in the past. 77 was last week's numbers. This week's numbers is 84. And 84 brings us back to 12, back to 3, which is compounding 4, which is the half of 8, back towards its root of 3, which is quite, like when you think about it, that's Saturn and the North Node coming into alignment in order to bring Jupiter's, exuberance out. I don't know, brother. I've been harping on for a while. What are your thoughts?
With you, and I was wondering, is time a delusion or is it imaginary? Because I think with the imagination of time, we can make things happen to plan for the future and build things working towards a goal in the future. But without the understanding of time, we only live in the present moment, really. And so we could see with memory, we can see things and know, oh, that's from a different time. That was from before now. But without memory, we wouldn't be able to know of time, I don't think. And so thankfully, in our mind, we have memory, which I believe is part of the physical body. The memory is stored in the brain to a degree. I don't know if that you can have memory that's stored without the brain, but I feel like since that's kind of a merging of the unseen and the seen world, the physical and the mental body unite into creating memories. And with those memories, we can see things and know of time and think, okay, this is something I had done in the past and had come out like this now. What if I were to work now to create something at a higher capacity, and then I'll see in the future that perhaps it will come out at a better state. And so we can work through these kind of reasonings with our mind because of our imagination. But in truth, we never really escape the present moment, I don't think. So time is a very interesting thing, and I feel like it's something that is maybe cultural. And I feel like there are civilizations that don't have some of the basic staples of society, like the wheel or fire. I personally don't have a concept of time. So I feel like maybe I am in a place where I have a more simple ancient mind, or maybe my mind has transcended time. I do not know, but I feel that personally, I just don't know how much time has passed. But I can tell the difference between the future or the past. Thank God. But really, since I can't really tell how much time has passed, it makes it easier for me to get fully immersed in the present moment. I'm more better at gauging things in the present moment than I am in my imagination to try to gauge distance of time. I just don't have that capacity. So it's always been something of a perplexing aspect for me.
You know, an easy way to keep track of time,
Well,
and it's foolproof. Well, I mean,
that's
yeah,
why I
yeah,
use.
technology, but actually no, because you have to look your heart. Like if you on a bus or a train or a long drive or you're going somewhere and you concentrate and feel your heart, right? And you listen to every beat of your heart.
Yeah,
It somehow gives you a sense of time. Isn't that weird, huh? But you literally have to listen to the beating of your heart. It's like a drum, and then like you get used to the rhythm, like dum 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 dum, and then you get that feeling for that rhythm. Okay, this is the rhythm that time is flowing at. So it's I think it's relative. Does that make sense? The
yeah,
experience of time is relative to the beating of the heart.
amazing. Yeah, the clock was devised by some monks that were trying to figure out how long to water plants, and that's how the clock was created from a wind-up toy that they used to water their plants with, and now we have the clock. But I thought with clock, art was the first clock, like you mentioned. It's not always at a steady pace, but it can go to a resting pace.
There's another point. Everybody knocks time, the 24-hour system, and they say that all of our time is wrong, right? And they go
Mm.
like, yeah, well, it's the Phoenicians that were obsessed with the number six and 60, and that's the only reason why we have 60 seconds, and we should have a better system of time. Like, as nobody actually realized that 60 seconds is, if you're healthy, that's 60 heartbeats, right? So the seconds are beating at the rate of your heart. I think it has less to do with the Phoenicians and their ideology and more to do with our actual physiology when we look at like seconds. And hours, Haur, which is to do with Horus, which is to do with the movement of the planets, right? Um, yeah, exactly, the star, you know. So when we think of 60 seconds, and I've seen TikTokers and YouTubers doing shorts, they love doing shorts and tell you time was invented, it's false, it's this, it's just a thing that's been used to trap you. It's like, dude, have you ever actually sat down and listened to your heart? Like, if you're going into deep meditation and you're following the beating of your heart, you should be able to tell how long an hour takes. And here's the interesting thing. When you start meditating, you notice that there's a polarity. There's an hour in and an hour out to come like a circle. So each circle becomes a 2-hour circle, hour in and hour out. It's the way the consciousness likes to work. It's the way the heart likes to work. And then you look at the heavens and you look at the astrological signs, and the sun moves into an astrological sign for 1 hour, right? And then it moves out of an astrological sign for 1 hour. Just like we are when you get to the equinox, right? You're moving for one cycle towards the middle and one cycle away from the middle. So every 2 hours, there's a new sign that the sun's in during the day, right? And that makes 12 signs every day that the sun goes through, and it's 2 hours per sign. But it takes 1 hour to go in and 1 hour to come out of the sign. So 1 hour is from the edge of the sign to the middle of the sign, and 1 hour is from the middle of the sign out of the sign. So it's got to do with like entry and exit. And so 2 hour segments, there's no coincidence there. And there's no coincidence when you practice deep meditation that you'll notice this 2 hours is important for meditative. Yeah, Neil, when you meditate, time does fly, though you can keep track of time without having to think about time. And that's got to do with your breath cycles. And you can keep track of your breath cycles without having to keep track of your breath cycles. Because there's a natural proclivity. For example, entering into a posture and fulfilling a certain cycles of breath. And at that point, your body will be readjusting itself. The muscles, the nerves, like let's say you're going into like a difficult to sit in posture. And it gets pretty painful. 15 minutes, 20 minutes. At the hour point, there's a shift. Favorable to the hourglass. Yeah, the hourglass makes a lot more sense. There's also a nice sound, isn't it? It's very subtle, but it's a shh, like the ocean. Were you going to say something, brother? I saw you smiling.
Yeah, I love the hourglass sound. Is a beautiful sound. It's like a seashell. Another beautiful sound. Those subtle sounds, the passing of waves in time. They're beautiful. They kind of can put you into a trance. I know. It's very therapeutic to be by the waves. And I grew up on the beach and gone back and forth between the beach and the mountains many times. But I do miss the beach. It's been a while. The mountains are another good place as well, though. And it's nice to be able to see things afar, up on the radars, and then you go into the flatland. It's like missing. It feels strange. But mountains are a beautiful place.
Yeah, that is very interesting. You know, looking at that. Were you finished, by the way? I noticed your camera breaking up a bit. I wonder if that's this river project, this thing that should be in the river. We should definitely like vote. We should get the world to throw Riverside into the river. No, we shouldn't, because then like monopolies will go the other way. That we should be telling everybody Riverside's really cool. Everybody should use it.
Yeah.
Stay away from OBS. I was working on OBS for a long time last night, and I started getting very frustrated, having to learn about how these things work. But I started setting up the studio. I've got one setup set with everybody that can come in. I've just got to figure out one setting for my own thing so it doesn't echo back, and then I'll be set up and I'll be able to. So I've found out how to invite people into my OBS studio, how to run my studio with the multi-stream. The multi-stream works well, and so I'm quite stoked. I wanted to do it today through the OBS. I just wasn't quite ready, but next week I think will be our maiden OBS run. So I'm excited, to say the least, about OBS. So yes, you know, that sort of talking about this polarity, and as it relates to duality, I think like this is a conversation. It's a bigger conversation that isn't being really met on both sides. And, you know, it's very interesting. Like there is this woke agenda that I see on TikTok and YouTube and stuff where everybody just wants to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And, I don't really get it. I don't get it. I mean, I understand that there is an agenda, there is a conspiracy, they have lied to us, they have manipulated time. We can't pretend they haven't. They literally changed the date and changed the time considerably, a number of days. They say could have been 100 years or 1,000 years. Who knows exactly? I wouldn't be surprised. But I've noticed like people then want to say everything's nonsense. Like today, I'll give you a classic example. I was in Symbolic Studies chat. Shout out to Symbolic Studies. That dude's pretty okay. He's pretty cool, man. And he was doing symbolic studies on Sagittarius. And some part of me was like, I wonder where they're going to tell you horses come from. I thought, I know they're going to tell you it comes from America, aren't they? And so if you Google and ask the AI machine where horses come from, they'll say, oh, horses weren't in Europe. They came from America to Europe. They were in America 10,000 years ago. Oh, okay. That's interesting. And when you go back, you look for archaeological records of horse skeletons being found. They have found horse skeletons which are more than 12,000 years old in Persia, and horse skeletons that are 10,000 plus years old in India. But in Persia and in those Middle Eastern areas, they have found rock art that they reckon could be tens of thousands of years, as old as 50 to 60,000 years. I mean, they don't know, they're guessing, but very old rock art that actually depicts people hunting horses. And yeah, the horses are very well drawn. Like they're definitely talking about horses. So, there seems to be an agenda to lie to us. They want us to believe horses came from America when actually there's evidence that who knows where it came from. It was probably around the whole planet. This is the common sensible idea. But no, there weren't horses in Europe. It had to be brought over from America, which doesn't actually make any sense, right? There's also very ancient works of horse training manual. In fact, there's a horse training manual that acts as a very powerful language trigger. And because of this horse training manual, the Rosetta Stone was redundant, right? We're told the Rosetta Stone was so important because we were able to code languages. Well, the Arabic people had Rosetta Stone equivalents thousands of years ago. And one of them was a horse manual, which was written in 3 different languages: Vedic language, Iranian language, and another language, and the same manual. And they found copies of the same manual in different countries, the same pictures, the same everything. So yeah, exactly. That's exactly at our tuition. They want to rewrite history. So I understand why people are in such a hurry to call everything out and say that's false, that's fake, that's nonsense. But then they don't know when to stop. They then have to say, well, everything's rubbish, which I suppose is a fair assumption. If you don't know what's rubbish, if you go with everything, statistically, you're going to get good hits. If most of everything is rubbish and you don't know what is and isn't rubbish and you decide everything's rubbish, then you're more likely going to be right than wrong, as opposed to believing what you're told and more often being wrong than right. And being wrong less often is a better option, I think, personally. So I can sort of see where people are coming from. But I think that's an interesting perspective, something to look at with regards to the notions of time. Like, what do you think? Like you were saying, Indy, like, is time an illusion? And I think time is an illusion. But I think we're trapped by the illusion of time. And I get the sense that this is one of the big lies per excellence, that we're so trapped within the illusion of time. and that we can't see beyond the confines of time. In fact, it's not that hard to see outside of the confines of time. The only thing is that it takes a little bit of time and real focus and real dedication to seeing the patterns prevalent in somebody's life. So it might be an illusion, but it seems to be a very profound illusion that is an expression of something that's very deep and spiritual. What do you think about that, Indy, brother?
Yeah, yeah, I've always kind of struggled with time and the idea of things being connected in our mind to the past that we envision. But I really have felt like in recent years through my studies that the past and the future that we see in the present moment is more specific to the present moment than it is to those times we're seeing outside of the present. And I think that if we can set in the present moment, we make a different see past in a different future, and in into a different present moment. So, like an example, like for example, pairs that has a mood disorder, bipolar, maybe one moment they think of all of the bad things that have happened in their past and then the expecting bad things in their future. Then they fall into mania and they're thinking of all the great things that had happened in their past and all the wonderful things to expect in the future. And so that's the same person at two different times, and their imagination of a future and a past are bifurcated into different aspects. And so by when we see that, then we can understand that maybe, for example, the past and the future have more to do with influencing our present moment in life than they do with actually being connected to a different time. And so I feel like ultimately our pasts and our futures might change throughout our lifetime. And so the way that we see them definitely does. And so in a lot of ways, I feel like particularly that the past that we connect to this present moment may not be hammered down in time. It might be more referential to what do we need in this present moment to influence us to do things now based on what we think has happened or what we think is going to happen. And so I feel like this is kind of evident in the idea that when we do something in the present moment, it can alter the course of history because it's made changes in our past life, for example. So if, for example, I'm able to choose compassion in my life in a course of action where I usually chose selfishness, then it could have an influence on my past self. It could alter the course of time. And now all of a sudden I'm in a different timeline and I have memories of this being the only timeline there ever was. So I feel like time changes more than we can know. And the past and the future that we imagine in our minds in the present moment is not necessarily locked down. And I feel like there are innumerable timelines that we can go through. And I also feel like there may be some kind of a interplay between what level an individual is at in their life, as far as are they moving towards ascension or are they digressing, and the people around them. And I feel like there's resonance with people that are ascending together. There's resonance with people that are descended together. And so we can see that other people are in a similar path to ourselves and we might relate to them. And so we can learn from the mistakes of others, and that will give us wisdom on our path. Or we can wait to learn from our own mistakes, which is not as expedient of a way to gain wisdom, but it is more poignant to have experienced it yourself and know the consequences firsthand. And give you more of a drive to stay away from those things potentially than by seeing other people's mistakes. But regardless of that, I feel like time may not be as locked in place as we may think. And I think there's certain aspects of it that are hard to argue, but I feel like one aspect that's always kind of captured my imagination is the idea of reincarnation. And I feel like it's a very different life when you're experiencing a life in which you know that this is one of many lives and then you'll be able to come back again, re-experience this type of a situation in a different host or a different time. And I feel like that is a very different life than the idea of the only living once and only having one chance to ascend at the end of death, and risking the idea of being in eternal damnation for forever. I think the idea of that has a lot to do with trying to influence the way people choose to live in their life here now. But I feel like if we were to live or according to the belief in incarnation, that could change drastically. And I feel like there's benefits and detriments to both worldviews. And I also feel like collectively, in order to keep things more harmonic, it may be better not to allow people to understand reincarnation, because people would probably let to do something they would regret if they only knew that they had one chance. Whereas if they knew that they could do what's right and it might cost them their health or their life, but to save others could be good, and you would not be the end of your path. You could be able to start again. I think that could be very valuable for people to be able to help others. But at the same time, there's a lot of detriment potential in the idea that people may not value their life because they get another chance to be reincarnated. They may foolishly um, deal with their time here and not really be grateful for it. So I think that it's an interesting world that we live in now, and I'm grateful that people are not just trying to throw their lives away, and that they're really valuing their life here. Trying so you can share life for time. But at the same time, I feel like the fear of being judged and punished at death does influence people's potential in life, and I feel like it can make them live in fear and guilt, but may take away their joy potentially. So I think it's a interesting dynamic, but we're somewhere on a line where there's a lot of there's a lot of with the world we are collective right now, but there's a lot of room for growth so that we can come into a better place. With that should come greater compassion, greater, I think, because without compassion, there's more room for challenges with the idea of reincarnation being a worldview. But with compassion, reincarnation seems to work quite well. Although I feel like we've kind of lost that inherent maternal instinct, compassion amongst the collective, and it's being pushed away. Women are being pushed towards being more cutthroat, competitive, and dominating the mobility of the workplace, and because of that, and that we've lost the value of the maternal instincts in women. That is the very thing that gives humankind our compassion and our understanding for each other. And I feel like that's to be revered, and should really try to remember the powers of that's brought us here today. The power of love of mother for her child, and the power of compassion to help others, helps the self, is a vibration that is being trampled upon by capitalism somewhat. And so it's good to be aware of this and remember the value of the mother and the caring child, and the difficulties that it takes, but the great passion that a mother can do that with is very inspiring, and I think that's something we should be grateful for. Every person is brought into this world from a mother, and in organized religion, the misogyny right now is pretty bad in Christianity. It seems like in Judaism of equality, there being a of lineage Christian Judaism is longer. So there be a matriarchal line of lineage to be in the Judaic line. Does give the women some power amongst their people. But in Christianity, that seems to have been lost. And so it's got to make you wonder as to why the goddess in Christianity, Asherah, has been associated with the Christmas tree and the maypole and orgiastic rites, and has been pushed back, along with Baal and Moloch and other Canaanite gods and goddesses like Jezebel. And they've just taken Yahweh and put him at the very top. But I don't know, to a lot of people, it may seem very silly to have a god without a goddess. Because a lot of the previous pantheons, there was a goddess that gave birth to all of the gods and the world in the whole universe. So when you take that away, it seems a bit foolish that a man would be able to create anything alive besides a toy or a tool. Men don't really create life, we seed life. And so it almost to me seems like the idea of one God world is really missing out on something there. And as to whether that's something that was taken away on purpose to confuse people or was something that was just lost along the wayside, to me it just shows there's a strong aspect of misogyny there when the female aspect is just absent. And we know in life that women can actually create parthenogenesis, create their own child from not having been fertilized in nature, particularly amongst amphibians and fish. For us, it's more often, but it has been known to happen in mammals. It's called parthenogenesis. Whereas men do not ever have the capacity to have a womb or a baby. It's just not something we have, or have the capacity to do. They could maybe try to engineer it synthetically, but it's just not part of nature. So I think for men, the revering of the mother, the revering of the goddess, is like the most important thing that's missing in our society today. And of course, it can make people wonder what has happened in the sense that men wanted to walk away from goddess worship and strictly into God worship. And it could be like in the history of China, from one extreme to another, where they went from a very strict regime to a very liberal regime and back and forth. And they lost the history of all those regimes because they were so diametrically opposed to each other, and they destroyed the history each time. But I think that maybe, according to our history, women were in rule during the time of the ancient gods and the pantheons, and the goddesses ruled, and the gods were their consorts. And so, if that was the case, it would make sense why God came fallen and chose human brides, because they never really had power. They were the ones that were the servants. And so if we look back at history, we see the gods were servants of goddesses. And that the gods revolted from the matriarchy and became exiled from the inner earth and were on the surface and used the human slaves as their legions to war against their goddesses and their gods. It really starts to explain things. And if we look back at history, that's just about what we see in the stories of Mesopotamia and how things unfolded, which was the beginning of time in history. There's also a lot more community that existed before the
Okay, well, I noticed his audio was getting a little clipped towards the end there. Namaste. Welcome back, Hollow Bone Hawk. Lovely to see you here. I think he's right, though. I think society is definitely, and our culture is definitely, taking itself apart. Isn't it interesting how these polarities are used to control us? And so you can understand why people have an aversion towards the idea of polarity or dualism. Because the polarity, like you feel pro, you feel against. Let's get you two arguing with each other. And a manipulator with puppet strings can manipulate the two factions and turn the East against the West and the South against the North, and the liberals against the conservatives, and the pro-gay against the anti-gay, and everybody's just sort of like fighting with everybody. And it's sort of what social networking has become. She leaves that little dog outside to bark and bark and bark. I might have to go and take him to task. Can you guys hear that little dog barking through the mic, by the way? I don't know how this audio handles with dog barks. It's a dog barking down the road. My son's mother doesn't seem to notice that it's her little dog out there barking. She's like unaware. I'm like, always like, do you not understand how hard I've worked to make a good relationship with the neighbors? They're always saying how amazing your dogs are. Your dogs are so amazing, Franklin. They don't bark and bark, and when they bark, it's time for us to pay attention, because your dogs don't just bark, yap, yap, yap. If they bark, it's because there's somebody like weird needs to be barked at, you know. But I suppose our animals take after us, don't they? My animals are very well behaved and very intelligent. He is a cute little fella. He's cute, but he's annoying as well, because he'll start going on and on. He's a Pekingese. They can be quite nippy and bitey. I might have to go and grab him and pull him into the house. He'll probably try and bite me when I pick him up to bring him in the house. Pekingese. Have you guys had experiences with Pekingese? They're heavily polarized animals. Speaking of polarity, one day they're in your arms and they're like, well, they're like a cute little kitten, and they come and climb on your legs and paws on your legs like you must pick me up and hold me like a baby. The next day you go and pick them up because they're outside and they want to bark. They bite you. Pekingese. It's a Chinese dog. Yeah, I suppose like if it's a dog's life, if you like, you can imagine that poor dog. It had to be like that because like its ancestors would have been like, you know, delicacies on a menu. So they probably had to be like quite, you know, able to be aggressive little buggers. I suppose it makes them. Yeah, his name is Henry, which is a cute name. Moloch, Mother Earth worship, fertility cults, and feminine elite societies were all signs of the age of Taurus long ago. After that came the age of Aries with particular dominance, empires, and ego. Yes, Aries was definitely a time of empire. I suppose that's. Although I think empires also go back to further times. I think empires go back to the time of Capricorn as well. And the time of Capricorn, that's a long time ago, right? I mean, if you go back from Aries to Capricorn, right, you got to go 10. You go 10 signs, right? Aries to Taurus to Gemini to Cancer to Leo to Virgo to Libra to Scorpio to Sagittarius to Capricorn. And so that's more than 20,000 years. It's 21,000 years ago would have been the time of Capricorn. And I reckon that time of Capricorn is when the Saturn cults came into being, the black cube cults. And a lot of the green man heritage we have. And that would have been the time where trade became a big thing. And like, you know, the conscientiousness towards resource management and resource exchange becoming tweaked to like who gets what, right? Very Capricornian idea, like what have you earned? Get what you earn. You don't get more than what you deserve. Capricorns prize hard work. If you've worked hard, you deserve more. If you haven't worked hard, you deserve nothing. You know, Capricornian attitude, which is like, I suppose, like there's something to it, you know. So yeah, stepping back onto the bus for the Polarity bus, and I'm not quite sure what happened to Indy. I hope he's not having a problem jumping on. Maybe it's his internet. My beloved partner was saying to me last time that she was having issues with her internet as well. And so I haven't heard from Indy. Yo, brother Indy, everything good on your end? Probably the internet. It's the time of giving, right? Because it's the time of giving. The internet companies are like, yeah, you can give. We'll take your money, and you can give. You can give us your frustration. um, yeah, exactly. That whole notion of the I actually have a very positive relationship with Aries. I think it's because my moon and my Mars are in a very tight conjunction. They're both in Taurus. So my moon and my Mars understand each other. Emotionally, I understand the concept of Mars, action. Where I'm a bit like a bull emotionally. I'm pretty chilled out. Yeah. Like you can prod a bull, but once that bull gets moving, you won't stop it. That's what I'm like emotionally. Like I'm slow to anger, but once I'm angry, I get pretty angry, you know. And that anger is a relation of Mars, right? That I'm gonna do something now. This is time for action. Enough talk, It's a very Mars concept. My girlfriend's Aries, and she keeps telling me action, action, action. Very, very passionate energy. Mars, Aries. Very, very do what you feel. Make very passionate artists, for example. So yeah, I'm closer to. I'm more like the new moon. I'm more like the new moon. I'm that like mysterious, like coming out of being, emerging from the darkness. But yeah, I do think that getting back to the idea and the topic of the polarity, I think that we often forget. We forget that the internal and the external are very much the mechanics behind creation. If there weren't the mechanics between that which is internal being separate from that which is external, then there wouldn't be a turning. You see the words? Don't you love the way the words go, baby? Don't you love the way they move like a sweet, sweet lady on the bonnet with the hose pipe gonna say, it's time to make a baby. Sorry, just to link it up to last week's live, we were talking about hose pipes and ladies, men wanting to make babies. And everybody sharing scabies. Yep, that's what you get from having an attitude that sounds like rabies. But and it's a fast track straight into the realm of Hades. And you don't even need to drive in a Mercedes. Okay, I've got to stop because this is gonna go on and on forever. But I do think that this notion of the internal and the external being in a state of profound division, it gives them momentum potential. There can be no momentum. And I want us to think about what momentum is, right? Moment, moment, no, moment, okay, moment, which moment? Moment, the momentum. Momentum. So it's the light. Means light. It comes from Latin. It goes back through Greece. It goes into Paleo Hebrew, into Phoenician. It goes into Sanskrit. Wherever you go, this Om means light. So when we are constructing the momentum, and then atum, atum. So atum is like taken out of the same word, right? Atom. And a tome is a book, right? These are not accidents. the fact that you look into a tome to get information. And information is the form, structure that comes from the formation that comes from within. And momentum, this has got to do with time. So momentum is an expression of time, and you could think of moment as being a single syllable of a string of syllables that produce momentum. So time means movement, and movement is expressed as momentum. And we have one moment and another moment and another moment and another moment, and together they are momentum. And when you look at the old languages, when you add an M on the end, you can turn it into plural. So one moment or many momentum. It's a string of moments, and we experience the string of moments as momentum. So this gravitational expansion and contraction, which produces this momentum, has got to do with the division of the inner and the outer. And that means division, right? So we envision and we division. When we would divide, we dive. We dive-eyed into the unknown without vision, and we division. And then we're able to move into antimatter. So we're talking about matter and antimatter. And matter is multiplication, right? So division is going back towards singularity, right? Diving inwards from the multiplicity, reducing the vision. Vision is related to the Manipura chakra, which is the third chakra, rising from Muladhara, Svadhisthana, and Muladhara chakra. So these three are the three base. Now, the Muladhara chakra is your root, right? The Svadhisthana chakra is your sacral plexus, which relates to your sac red, right? The word sacred comes from sac red. And traditionally, okay, so here we go. Knowledge about the chakras. Let's roll, baby. I did a cool little talk about the chakras. You guys might want to check it out. What is the correct color to use in your sacral plexus chakra? Everybody's going to tell you that it's orange. Let's use orange. Because a psychologist came along and created the rainbow pattern and said, well, from now on, we'll do it like this because it's easier. This is how us Westerners do things. Thank you, India, for the chakras. We like it. We don't understand it, but we're going to change it. That's how we roll in the West. We take it and we warp it. And I think it was by design. I don't think it's a coincidence. So this whole notion of sac red has got to do with a red sack, right? And you would put your sacred offerings into the sack that was red. But the sacred, sacral, right? This red sack that represents the sacredness is related to the womb. The offering would be made to the womb, right? The womb of creation. And that womb, to the feminine, would then be the receiver into the sacral chakra. And so the sacred color is the red color. And that red color represents that fiery impulse of antimatter, right? How it's able to think of an atom bomb. The idea behind an atom bomb is that you're releasing this antimatter potential, and it's a big fire. And so, you know, this sacred red color relates to this impulse of Mars that we were talking about, right? And that impulse of Mars is relating to the cause and effect. And cause and effect is a translation of action. So without polarity, there could be no action. And without the action, there couldn't have been a choice, free will, because it takes choices to make action happen. And so the choices are a reflection of polarity, right? And what's acting through polarity to produce the choice is the correspondences moving through polarity. So we see all the different corresponding potentials. We see them in a field of polarity, which means A or B. You make a choice, A or B. It's a binary-based choice. And from that A or B, you split A into its components, B into its components, and you break them down into simple A or B, and then you make a choice A or B, and that's your choice. This is how the human brain breaks down information, right? So that multiplicity of this experience towards wholeness is really what we're talking about when we talk about externalizing ourselves, externalizing what we call externalizing. Namaste, Howard. How are you doing, brother? Hope you're good. Hope you're thriving. Hope you had a good Xmas. I hope you had a sweet time. I hope you had a jovial time with the family, whether you were doing the Yule log or the Christmas or the whichever version you were doing. It's a great time to be hanging out with the loved ones. So yeah, this introversion, moving inward, is moving towards singularity, and moving outwards is moving towards multiplicity. And without this multiplicity and singularity being the two extreme poles of potential, you wouldn't have momentum. Because momentum is with all the many want to reach the single. And so that momentum is the many moving towards the single continually. And so each of those many points are moving towards the single. Big love, brother. Big love. Nice. A bit under the weather. Sorry to hear that, man. Sorry to hear that. I'm sure the weather will do much better for you. Soon, you will be on top of the weather. And the weather will be your biatch. I vote that Howard makes the weather his biatch. So be it. Big love, man. And I mean that all with a little bit of tongue in cheek. And you got to coax the weather into like playing ball, proverbially, as it goes. But so this polarity between multiplicity and singularity is fundamental for motion of the mind. Yeah, exactly. Yo, Zerilat Eternal, namaste. I hope you're good, brother. Moment om, exactly. And it cannot come into being without these fundamental perspectives of unity expressing multiplicity. So cosmic is always speaking about, and where is cosmic? Cosmic Kiki. What happened to Cosmic Kiki? Cosmic Kiki went on holiday. Oh no, he went holiday. Maybe he must have stepped off the bus. Maybe he slept late. Maybe he had a party. Maybe he put something under the tongue and lost track of the day. But you're about 5 minutes behind. 2 times. Big love. So yeah, this momentum is the nature of time. And this is what Einstein was trying to like break on through to the other side, right? Einstein was like, well, if time and momentum are connected, then can't momentum become a gateway into time? Can't you travel from the outside to the inside back to the outside because of the convolution of momentum reaching its point of rest? And he reckoned that momentum reaches its point of rest. Yeah, Kobe. Well, I don't know, he's not here. I'm reckoning like something went under that tongue. Or maybe it was a mushroom tea, He had a good old-fashioned mushroom tea. And he was like, what do you mean you put in 5? 5 what? 5 mushrooms? No, 5 grams of dry mushroom. Enjoy the tea. But 5 grams of dry mushroom and good mushroom, if it's the right one in a tea, would definitely show you the other side of that momentum. And so I think like this is what Einstein was trying to hint at with his theories. Like he must have had this perspective and recognized that this duality is the key to all things. So like when the new age, like the TikTok society, they sound like such cool. Like I'm not in the TikTok society. Actually, I think I think I've got a seat in the TikTok society. I've got a few followers out there, which is strange. It's like the only place I seem to get followers, TikTok. And I boycott TikTok like it's a bad smell. But yeah, Cosmic realized stuff and forgot the next morning. That's what happens when you put it under your tongue. It dissolves like a barocca in the rain. So these powerful polarities that represent the multiplicity and the monad, which is what the Greeks were talking about, is the fundaments of duality. And you'll find that people want to take one or the other. Like Cosmic's always like pro individuality, and I'm like, yeah, man, I'm pro individuality. And like, no, forget oneness. Okay, so what is individuality as a concept, right? Is when you go from the inside to the outside, right? You're coming from a perspective of oneness, moving through the multiplicity. Right, I want you to imagine that. So you're one thing moving through all the multiples things, and you're observing that thing's not me, that thing's not me, that thing's not me, that thing's not me, that thing's not me here, that thing's there, me here, there. And I'm moving my momentum outwards. Now, when you're moving your momentum, namaste, Esme, how are you rolling? I hope you've had a good Yule burning, a good Christmas, a good whatever you're celebrating, the 3 days that the great Son of God that feeds our trees was on the cross and then was reborn as it moved through the rest of the zodiac. Namaste, big love to everybody. So when you are in the external state of multiplicity and you're moving inwards towards the singularity, your attention and your attitude is oneness, because what you see is one. Indy, am I here? Am I here? I am here. This is me here. Am I AI? No, not AI. Me here. Individuality. So which Indy is that? Is that Indy? Indy, brother? Let's see. I sent Indy a message. Indy might have sent me a message. If that's Indy, then this is me talking to Indy. Hello, Indy. Is everything good on your side? That's me doing a funny accent. So moving from the multiplicity towards the monad, the unity, you strive to see a unified field, right? And when you're striving to see a unified field, you imagine everything as being one. So this word oneness came out like a bad smell. Someone ate too much curry and they let out a bad smell and they called it oneness. And that oneness has become a new age cult term, which I don't like, because I don't think there's such a thing as oneness. I think there's just unity. When we move towards unity or we move towards the multiplicity. So both sides moving from the outside to the inside. There you go, Indy. Indy's back.
Hey, I thought I was on the show the whole time. It was frozen.
Wow, brother, you look good, man. Like you look clear again. Is your internet good? Is it okay?
It should be. I don't know what happened. Sorry, you guys didn't get to hear all that. I was on a real rant.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's take two. All it takes is two. Take two. Can you do take two?
Yeah. So as I was saying, I feel like mankind has a lot of opportunity right now to understand our potential here, and we've really been kind of lost, just running away from here for so long, but I feel like we have the potential to start to awaken and reunite with our potential here. And I think it comes from waking up to the fact that we've been kind of taken care of a little bit too much. I think we've been to be like the baby in the crib from our powers that be, and they've kind of tried to bottle feed us through life. But I think it's time that humanity starts to wake up and come out of the crib. We're starting to realize that a lot of the food weapon system that's being pushed on us is really not toxic for us or the world around us, and that the natural foods that we really need are not really in high demand. Natural vegetables, raw vegetables, which are probably the best for our health, are not necessarily being looked for in a grocery market. There's like a lot of food that's being sought after that's not good for us, and we know. And I tell a lot of people that they can't say milk is a body good. They were sued. They've known that milk does not do a body good, and so that's why they can't say that. And people say, "Oh yeah, but I thought it did." But no, we know it doesn't. So the thing is that everything has somewhat of a value to it, and then there's things that people are sensitive to that are going to be not the right choice. So it's not like there's a universal diet out there for everybody, but we can all figure out like what is something that's going to be helping me in my particular blood type or my lineage that's not going to aggravate my predispositions. What's going to be something that's going to help me step up into a higher state of health that wasn't really part of my family's regiment. These things are available to us now. It's very difficult to navigate through what would be some kind of a universal diet that's good for everybody, particularly. One thing that's found is that standing away from meat and dairy for one day out of the week seems to be just as effective as being a full-blown vegetarian. So if you can have the discipline to not have meat and dairy for one day out of the week, that's found to be very beneficial for the liver, clearing toxins that are stored in the liver from meat and dairy that aren't necessarily great for the body on a full-term diet, can be escaped by having a one-day fasting or one-day vegetables and potentially seafood diet. Maybe that's not for everybody, but I think everyone should understand that vegetables should be part of the regiment. And for people that are doing the keto diet right now, it's good to do in order to burn fat. But once that fat has been burned away, it's important to bring carbs and vegetables back into the diet, because after the fat is burned away, the next thing to go is the brain and the heart and the muscle tissues. Then we start to burn away when there's no more fat there. So it's important to know the dangers of a ketogenic diet, even though it can be very beneficial for weight loss, which is a huge thing in society right now, and a great need. But there's a lot of great information, and it's a golden age of information right now to be able to learn about your blood type and the kind of diet that might help you. Also, getting more into nature, being able to provide more for yourself, whether that's just going out and to create arts and crafts from things you find in nature, or creating your own farm on your property, or creating a permaculture orchard on your land. There's so many possibilities right now that we could use to help ourselves and our communities start to develop a barter system with people that are doing the same thing. It's happening, and it's awesome, and glad this is happening for mankind, because we do take the power back from the food weapon system and the super farmers that have done some questionable things to our soil. I know that they say over 60% of the soil has been poisoned and depleted in the world amongst farming soils. So it's time to start maybe farming at home or doing some community farming to help using really good soil and actually have all of the nutrients that we need. They've taken away the magnesium in the soil in super farming, which has led to a crash of well-being. Magnesium is the relaxing mineral, and it does over 300 functions in the body. So to be able to have magnesium back in our lives again will help us a lot, by farming in better soil or by taking supplements. I think ultimately being able to have the foods bring the medicine to us is the ultimate win, because by kind of processing and trying to purify these nutrients or these vitamins or minerals that we're trying to get, there comes with it, you know, the different things that are added into the foods, like various metals that they use in the processing, for example, would be some element of that in the vitamin. And so I think if we can try to get our vitamins naturally from natural source food instead of actually taking vitamins themselves, that can be a benefit to us. But with functional medicine, that's kind of become more prevalent now. We can actually get tests in our blood, like through the mail. You can test yourself at home. Like, what nutrients do you lack? What do you need more in your diet? And what's going to help you come into full thrival and full health, and help inspire your kids to work on their health similarly. So there's a lot of opportunities right now to turn what's toxic in our society into what's divine. And there couldn't really be a better time, I think, to walk away from the toxic food weapon system and various aspects of our culture that have kind of been pushed on us that we're seeing the detriments of. And I think my girlfriend and I, it's been helpful to have a day set apart where we can just read and relax in nature and learn, take some notes, as opposed to the days where we're sitting there in front of the TV and just vegging out.
Well, speaking of vegging out, there's an old series that I watched a long time ago. And for those of you that haven't seen it, I really recommend you do if you want to veg out. I actually watched some of it recently just to see. It's called Fringe, and it's in Amazon. It's in Amazon, like Amazon Prime and Prime Video. And basically, what they've done is they've taken every conspiracy theory that there ever was that relates to physics and science and biology, and they've sort of made an episode about that, but sort of showing, using sort of real theoretical science and tapping on, von Braun and experiments of things that were happening. There's a lot of really interesting information. Like, you'll discover conspiracy theories you didn't even know existed in Fringe, that you'll be able to go and research it. And not the modern Fringe. I know they've redone it on Apple TV or something. I'm talking about the original one. It's a bit old, and there's a lot of it. It's like 5-6 seasons, I forget. And so it's really interesting, and the whole plot of the story, it's progressive. It becomes mind blowing. It starts off like a detective story, and it becomes something that's like, it's over and beyond Star Wars in terms of just how out there it is, But yeah, vegetative. There's only so much we can get from digitalizing our minds in terms of benefit. And like you and your girlfriend, Indy, like, I would say like 1 hour spent in the wild is like, it undoes the damage of like 5 hours spent on the digital. You know what I mean? Like the what you get back is so much value for your time, in terms of, you go there and you feel a bit tense, you come back and you feel relaxed and you feel happy. You're like, what do I need a spliff for? What do I need a blunt for? I don't need one of those. Like, I'm so high, man. Like, you forget to toke, right? You come back from nature, you're like, oh, dope, I forgot to toke, dope, like having a Homer Simpson moment. Like, you get so high on nature. It's something quite profound. And I think this is something that is also part and parcel of this whole thing with the duality. I think like seriousness, right? Being serious, serious. Um, it's almost like there's a cereal involved, right? And a cereal crop is a repetitive crop cycle. A TV serial is something that's repetitive, and so being serious is like how to perpetuate. I think the humors are something that we don't really. My little boy was watching Jim Carrey, The Grinch Christmas, right? And he laughed his butt off. He's 9 years old. He was like, "This is hilarious." I was like, "Okay." As things going, it's not as bad as it could be. And I was filling in the gaps for him, like, actually, there's something interesting. Listen to what he's saying, He's talking about how Christmas is a commercial holiday. It's about buying things, and it's really not really about anything else. Like, the Grinch was like, I was asking, like, is the Grinch the bad guy or the good guy? The Grinch wants to end Christmas because it's a commercial holiday and there's no meaning in Christmas. And the moment the Grinch realizes that, hold on, it's not just about money and buying things, there's actually more to it. When he hears the singing, he wants to go back down, and the little child saves his life and all that. But anyway, my point is, a lot of these notions that we have, these dualistic ideas, are the way that we learn. So we don't learn without polarity, do we? Right? Like, if there was not joy and the opposite of joy, sadness or pain or suffering, what impetus would there be to ever learn anything? Have you considered that for a moment, Indy?
Yeah, this is a major realization for me when I realized that that's what Buddhism is really all about. The push towards sorrows so that you can actually appreciate the joys. Because if you have joy without sorrow, it becomes kind of a jaded joy, like a joy at the expense of others kind of joy can come of that. But when we have things like sorrow and pain and suffering, allow joy a better place in comparison, and then it brings it into a place where something that can show us what we're trying to go towards, and this is something that we want to move away from. And so joy, when joy is moving away from suffering and pain, it carries with it a compassion for others that have also experienced that pain and suffering. But without that pain and suffering, we see like kind of people that are privileged that have never really experienced a bump in the road. Um, when they go through what would be pain or suffering from others, they may not accept it. They might try to push it onto others, say, "Oh, that's not my fault. I don't do that. That's somebody else." That blame others for their issues. So I think that's a toxic thing that happens when people are too coddled and protected from suffering and pain. They may not be able to appreciate compassion because they've never really experienced it in such a way that they could see in others. So I feel like it's very important for people to be able to experience that. And I think that has a lot to do with why people that are of a small income, working or working class people will be more giving and generous and happier than rich people that are more, I'd say, ungrateful and miserable. They don't really find as much joy because they don't really have as many sorrows to drive towards the valuation of the joy. And so I think when people are in a state of power, they kind of get fixated on their power, and their greed is a result of that. But I think at the same time, it's easy to become fixated in that power and greed and not really come to a place where they would be able to be vulnerable enough to experience sorrow or suffering or pain. Um, and I feel like that's the toxic aspect of the patriarchal archetype. Men are supposed to be able to create this nest egg in a very competitive economy. So that basically means that we have to get by to create this nest egg at the expense of others who we have to trample to be able to get there. And I feel like that's pushed on men, but not every man takes that path. Some men have taken a different path where they're not really willing to get ahead by trampling others to be able to move forward. So I think some people have chosen to take the role of the artist and find value in poetry and art and the simple things of life, not in the materialism of the world, but in the beauty of things. That's a beautiful role that people have chosen to take. Um, in contrast to being able to have power, they might choose that role because I feel like at the end of the day, when people have power, it is ultimately a burden, and so the toxic nature of it does mirror back on the individuals that are stuck in that place. And at the same time, it can be diluted with ideas of responsibility to like influence the collective. And maybe they have something that they're doing that they value as something that is the right thing to do, but they're doing a lot of the wrong things to make the right thing happen. So I think there's a big push. A lot of people want to be in that state of wealth. But I think a lot of people, when they realize what is requires to be in that state, they are too compassionate to be able to allow themselves to be in such a place that they're going to trample others to be able to get higher up. Um, and so it's an interesting dynamic. It kind of goes along with the idea that agreeableness is discriminated in the workplace. So people that are compassionate and kind by nature will not be able to climb the ladder of upward mobility in capitalism. And so as a result, men are usually the ones that are able to climb up because women typically have maternal instincts and kindness and compassion are a part of them. And so by nature, they are being discriminated from being able to have power in our world. And I think this needs to change. I feel like if anyone should have power in our world, it should be people that have compassion. But at the same time, we should not be giving away and things for free to people of need, and we should not be catching fish for people of need. We should be teaching people how to catch fish for themselves, because there's another thing that comes from having people be dependent or rely on another individual. That's kind of probably a rush in itself. Need somebody all the time. They're willing to give up things that they shouldn't be willing to give. That's the power that people can come into, and it's gonna be hard to walk away from that power. But I think sometimes people will justify it because it takes discipline to be able to get there in a really struggling economy. Somebody that was able to come from nothing and make something out of it probably had to go through a lot of struggling to not be able to be as indulgent as their peers and had to wait and save and um, be able to have more timing on making investments instead of just spending things like we're supposed to and blowing money on entertainment like it's become nowadays. Living in debt to be able to um, seem like you have more money than you do. I think that's a very popular thing in Western society, to impress the bride, to impress the woman, to show a bigger nest egg than is really practically real, to be able to reel in somebody that's thinks you're a real winner. So I think that there's a lot of trickery and falseness involved in modern society, and revolving around abundance of finances that's just not there. And I think it's time for humanity to start to realize that money is not everything, and that we can do so much more when we look away from trying to play the money game. We can do so much more by planting seeds at home and trying to nourish our crops at home and have some domesticated goats or hens. And there's some abundance that we can have by taking on a little responsibility of our own at the house, um, instead of just kind of going along for the ride and having everybody out there just kind of take care of an individual while they lay on the crib and are bottle fed with their little hypnotist in the living room. It's all too easy to kind of end up in that state of being right now because it's very enticing to have somebody that's entertaining you all the time on the screen. not have to think of your own stories or come up with your own limericks. But I think it's much more rewarding when we can be inspired by something from an entertainer and then turn to ourselves and think, what can I create along these lines? What kind of wonderful expressions can I derive from this and share with my community? I think that's where the beauty really comes from it. And when we're inspired by something and we can start to create something that we can share that came from our own hand. Not everybody has the artistic crafting skills or ability to be a photographer, but some people have other skills, like maybe in the kitchen or to tell jokes or whatever it may be, tell a good story. We all have something to share, and we can learn from others um, how to share those things better. And we find other things that we may not realize we had to share. I feel like everyone has something to another person, somebody that's not valued for their intelligence, somebody that's valued for having the most intelligence. I feel like even the smartest person can learn from people that are not as well informed, not as knowledgeable. We all have something to inform each other about and open up our minds into new light. I think the most important thing, we learn from each other's more than we can learn from just our own thoughts. That's why we're social creatures.
Yeah, brother, you know, that's interesting what you say. I just noticed that they hid away my YouTube audio downloader bot. How dare you take that and hide it away from me? Because I've downloaded quite a lot of audio content, I must admit. Quite proud of it. So I've cranked up an audiobook library now. We're going close to 500. Woohoo! Close to 500 files. And I plan to keep going, baby. Keep going. Because soon the internet won't be free. Soon they'll be watching you and watching me. They'll have this digital ID nonsense. And it will be like, bye-bye, downloading audiobooks for free, my friend. You got to pay there and pay here and, you know. And then the AI will have redone the audiobooks, right? And edited the necessary audiobooks, which is something that bugs me. And I listened to this piece of music that made me cry this morning. And I mean, it was so beautiful. I wanted to play it here for you guys. I hope I'm not going to get into trouble. What do you think, Indy? If we play a little bit of a song, will we get in trouble? Will we get in trouble? I mean, it's Pink
I don't
Floyd,
think
dude.
so. Are you gonna?
Will they like kick
just
us off
mention
the
it.
internet and say you're banned? Get off the internet. You played
Yeah.
a song. Oh no! They might cancel this video though. You know, there's these
Hope not.
bullying bots. Yeah, no. A lot of people I know, they get their videos taken down because they played a song. So we've got to be like, what is the law when it comes to using? Maybe someone in the chat can tell me. It's one thing I'm not very clued up in. Oh, you guys are putting out some cool information. I was trying to find that that track, and you see, I need to download it in the form what you cannot or you will not. What do you mean? High Hopes by Pink Floyd. I cannot process your link. Well, that's just criminal. Isn't that criminal? Is it just me or is that a little bit criminal? Oh, I get it. High
That's-
Hopes, the Division Bell. High Hopes, Division Bell, Pink Floyd. Because we can discuss it. It can be part of the show. But, you know, it's about time. And the official music video. Oh, there we go. That's the one that's going to work like a charm. So we'll take that. And now we'll be able to rip the MP3 off of that and hopefully they won't be selling us. Have you guys noticed how hard it is to find music that's not being bastardized by AI these days? Is it just me, or have you guys been noticing it too? Hey?
Yeah. Find the good stuff.
Like, everything has been turned into an AI joke. And if you're not in on the joke, you forget to laugh, right? And my girlfriend keeps saying to me, oh, she was listening to this track that she loves. And she was listening to it, and it was bugging her. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. And she got like 5 minutes in or something, and she realized it's a bloody AI re-rendering of the old music. Because she likes blues, and she likes like a lot of the choice, old school, good stuff. And you know, stuff from like the 50s and stuff. So like a lot of that music has been Zerilat, this morning when I woke up, I hadn't listened to it in like, honestly, it's probably been more than a decade. The last time I must have heard that song would have been somewhere in some little guest house in India where they were normally playing like Bob Marley, the odd Pink Floyd. But that track is like, there's something so powerful, and it's all about time. And the way that the song is written is so beautiful, because it's like he's talking about how when he was young, the past, and how the future, and how now. So it separates the past from the future from the now, and it's written in a very sort of a very clever way that sort of puts this into AI is your best friend. Yeah, man. Yeah, Neil. Like, you know, what do you do with AI? Like, what do you do? What do you do with AI? It's an endless it's an endless circle. So let's see if I can actually get this into. Ah, don't tell me it's saved it in that other format again. It doesn't save it in MP3, and this backward software that belongs in the river doesn't work, right? It just doesn't work. Okay, so let's see if that works. Nope, wrong file type. Wrong file type. Okay, well, we tried. You just can't do anything on Riverside. If I was an OBS now, it would be rocking. Dark Side of the Moon is pretty beautiful. But this particular track, which I probably could. Hold a moment. I have seen a way to transcend the limitations of this crazy thing. There we go. That's how you do it, sir. So I'll put off the volume for a while, and gosh, tricky. Okay, so we've got it playing there, and we'll put that on in the background. Then we will come back here. I'm having to find a workaround. Better mute myself.
I'm not sure, but I think when you muted yourself, we lost the sound of this video.
Yeah. Wow. So that's the good old stuff. Did you guys listen to the whole of it, or was I just listening to it here on my own? Yeah, the music is incredible. This is what I grew up with, man. It takes me back to when I was like a teenager, and Pink Floyd had a special place in my heart, like back in 1990, 91, 92. Um, and you still today, it's so beautiful to find something that was profound as a child and it's still profound today, because a lot of other things, they've been left behind, like you watch films and they've become dated, and music often becomes dated, and clothes styles becomes dated, but there's just certain music that's never dated, and like Pink Floyd is one example of that. But this particular, it's completely timeless, and it's ironic because the whole song is about time, about how, and isn't it interesting, like getting back to, and just like YouTube, I hope you're paying attention. We are actually doing a critique on the track. Very, very important. We are doing a critique on the music. Oh, yeah, this is music critique. So don't tell me I can't do music critique. So I think we're within the user rights of using the music to critique it. And it's brilliant. That's the only critique I can say, is like, thumbs down, hands up, thumbs up. It's brilliant. But the way that it starts with the idea of, when we were young, and we had this, yo, Vince, namaste, how you doing, Vince? Hope you're good. Yeah, Wish You Were Here is another one of those beautiful tracks. That fishbowl, I still visualize that fishbowl to this day. Think about that fishbowl. And you know what, Vince? When I first heard that track, it reminded me of my near-death experience as a 3-year-old when I drowned. And when he sang, when I first heard that singing about we're like in a fishbowl, what is the lyrics? Going round in this fishbowl, trying to figure out, we're all lost souls in a fishbowl. There's something like this that he talks about in that Wish You Were Here track. But and then again, there's Money. If you haven't heard Money, peeps, go and listen to Money. It's on the money. It's literally on the money. This is a whole lot of cash registers opening and closing, and they turned it into a track. Brilliant, totally brilliant. But and it's about the evils of money. And getting back to this particular track that we're critiquing here, to be serious, YouTube, hope you're listening. The way that they transition from when you were young to when you were older, and then these little creatures that get stuck on us and pull us down, right, onto the earth and make us, and then the next chunk of information they're sharing with us about how we become jaded, right, and we become obsessed with physicality and all of the physical. Big love, namaste, Cospic.
I decided to show my
I was
face
wondering
today.
if something went under your tongue. Under my tongue. It went dissolving under my tongue. How you doing, dear brother?
Oh, fine. I had to work today for some reason because the holidays were weird. But anyway, I wanted to jump on this topic because I'm really interested in questioning oneness, and I am somewhat of I call myself a cooperative dualist, if that makes any sense. So what were you guys talking about before I got here? Just curious.
We were just listening to this track by Pink Floyd that we just played, and it's probably like one of the most beautiful songs ever written. What is it called? High Hopes. Don't know if you know High Hopes by Pink Floyd. If you haven't, I'll send you the track on Telegram. The audio version of the track. And how that track takes you into time, and how as children we have one perception of time, right? And then in our adult years we have another perception, and in our older years we have another perception of time. and we become significantly more jaded. And this whole duality is an expression of jadedness, from the singularity to the multiplicity, and how we then fold back from the multiplicity to the singularity, and how things tasted sweeter when we were younger, right? How the light was brighter when we were younger, how you know, everything was just better. And this is an interesting sort of transition in age, and I think it has to do with our appreciation of polarity. I think, like, when we are children, we are bound by polarity, and as we get polarity, and by the polarity of joy and sadness, because we've experienced so much loss and pain, that the joys no longer, we're no longer as convinced, right, that honey's that sweet. Where when we were younger, honey was that sweet. Like, if I leave my little boy with a jar of raw honey, and I buy my raw honey by the kilo, he will eat that whole damn thing. He'll have no remorse, even though he'll be, like, you know, throwing up all over the dining room floor. I literally have to hide the raw honey, because I buy big jars of unfiltered, unprocessed raw honey, and if he gets hold of that thing, that's it. And it's like, dude, that was like a month's supply of raw honey, like one shot. He was like, yeah, it was. But yeah, that's basically what we were talking about, and the notions of duality being fundamental to the way that the mind works. Yeah. The mind has to divide things into polarities in order to operate, and so we operate in this world. And the notion that from multiplicity towards unity, we see like a unified field, and from unity towards multiplicity, we see a differentiated field, and the differentiated field we see is an expression of individuality, and the unified field that we see coming from the differentiated, moving from the outside to the inside, or the inside to the outside, the inside and the outside being the polarity that we're dealing with. That's what's on the inner, and that's on the outer. Becomes expressions of this notion of everything's connected or everything's separate, basically, to summarize it.
I think it's interesting what you're talking about, the whole idea of, like, you know, why things are sweeter and, you know, nicer when we're kids. I think a lot of it has to do with the accumulation of memory, because, you know, when you first try something as a kid, it's a totally new experience. Everything is new, but when you get older, you remember that experience beforehand, right? And I think I was thinking about, like, why is it that when you get stoned, why does it make things more enjoyable? Because you're in that state of mind where your short-term memory and your memory's messed up. You don't necessarily remember your experiences in that particular moment, so it feels fresh again. Because you think about, like, if I, you know, like, takes this object right here, you know, it's interesting when you first see it. It's like, what is it? It's a ball of quartz. But it's like, the more time you spend looking at it, the more the novelty kind of gradually starts to decrease, because you get used to it, right? And so as we get older...
Is that selenite? Is that a selenite ball?
No, it's a quartz.
Selenite.
It's a weird... It's a quartz ball.
Okay.
It's like a different kind of quartz. It's got a little...
It looks like selenite. Does it feel soapy on your hands? Smooth.
Does it feel soapy? No.
I mean, it's a very subtle. It just looked like can I see it quickly? Looks like it's got striations on it.
Yeah, it's got.
Maybe it's just white quartz. It's hard to say. I've got selenite balls. So
I have
I'll
actual
show you
quartz here too. Actual rose quartz. And as for, like, the whole, like, you know, oneness and, you know, duality thing, when it comes to the Fae, they've been talking to me a lot lately about the concept of two-ness, which is kind of an interesting concept. And two-ness is sort of the state of mind where you're with some kind of other person, another individual and you stare into their eyes, and it's almost like you recognize your presence, your being, and you also recognize their being, and it's kind of like a figure eight that comes together, because I think about everything in circular Zerf axes. And so, I mean, that's why it's the symbol of infinity, right? You take like two circles and it's like this. They're sort of interlocked into each other into kind of a Mobius strip. And so I think that when it comes to oneness, why I have an issue with it is because that when you start to think everything is just your universe, you don't have as much tolerance for other people's universes, right? So let's say, for example, let's just say, for example, you're a Christian, something that everybody can, know and relate to, right? And you have a specific idea about what the world is, how it is, and if other people don't conform to that world, you think, oh, well, their world is wrong and my world is right. Whereas if you look at everything as a multiplicity, you can't really, say that as quickly and make that judgment, because you don't really have that necessarily that singular absolute standard of truth to kind of measure everything against, right? And that's kind of the issue with it, because like we're always fighting over stuff, and everybody's fighting over like what's the correct interpretation, what's the correct viewpoint. And the way I see it, all these viewpoints kind of exist simultaneously in their own sort of separate allocated spaces that all kind of like there's stuff that's sort of the center, and there's stuff that's kind of on the periphery, but it's still there, and that's the kind of the point. So I don't know, like it's a crazy thing, the whole oneness, because it's like every single philosophical tradition on the world is into oneness, because you got the East, you got the Hinduism stuff, and the Buddhists, they're all into the oneness. But in the West, they're into oneness too, like the Hermeticism, some forms of like Rosicrucianism, and some forms of Gnostic Christianity. And hold on a sec.
He left the kettle on. Or was it the oven? Or was it the stove?
Sorry, one of my folks had to chime in. But yeah, and it was a weird thing, because I used to believe in oneness a lot until I kind of started to realize it's like, at first, oneness to me, it seemed very benevolent and like loving and kind. But then I started to think about it more, like if everything is one, then there is no individual self. And you're like, wait a minute, this doesn't sound so warm and fuzzy anymore. It's almost like, instead of seeing it as like, I don't know, maybe this is kind of a hyperbolic interpretation, but it's almost like this void that just devours everyone, just devours your individuality, devours your existence. Because in a way, if you think about it, it's like, imagine if I'm like some kind of like blob creature, right? I'm made of some like kind of gooey green gelatinous substance, and then my finger sort of comes off my hand and then decides it wants to become its own distinct entity. And the finger is like, and you go to your finger, it's like, okay, join back and become me again. And the finger's like, no, I want to be myself. I want to be an individual. I already have the sense of who I am. And I think to myself, like, is it really compassionate for me to take this entity and then destroy his individuality, so he's sort of forced into my being? There's a lot more questions when it comes to the whole oneness concept. And I think, to me, I question not just the practical and sort of logical implications, but also the sort of the ethical and moral stuff. Because, the problem with oneness, the other problem I have is it's very easy to confuse oneness with solipsism. And now solipsism is essentially the idea that you individually are the only being in existence, and everything else is a figment of your imagination. I know a lot of people into the oneness say, no, Cosmic, solipsism isn't oneness. How dare you say that? Look at these yogi mystics and their 1,000-year lineage of practicing all these things. And, but the way I see it from this like Zarfexological fairy magic perspective of seeing everything in these dimensional bubbles, it's like, okay, you got oneness, and everything is allocated to one bubble. And if you got solipsism, everything else is also allocated to one bubble. But the difference with the oneness is that you are not necessarily the center of the matrix, so to speak. You're kind of like the real oneself is at this nexus point, and you're some kind of illusory hallucination towards the periphery. Whereas with solipsism, you are the center of the circle, and everything else sort of revolves around you. But the point I'm trying to make here is that both of these metaphysical worldviews reduce existence to one thing. And when you reduce existence to one thing, it's kind of like it's very easy to kind of take stuff and like, mix things together that don't necessarily need to be mixed together. But in terms of like understanding duality, I think that when it comes to duality, the problem is that our conception of duality is like warlike, it's competitive, it's combative, it's one side has to defeat the other, light has to defeat dark. But I see it more as like male and female coming together. So I would consider myself a cooperative dualist as opposed to like other traditions that would say they're more combative dualists, like one side has to conquer the other. I'm more like a yin yang Shiva and Shakti, but I kind of apply that concept to two-ness. I hope that makes sense.
What happened to Indy? Indy fell off again. Okay,
I
he'll
don't
be
know.
back. Yeah, this idea, this idea. I'm getting lost in song lyrics as well. I've got to pull myself back out. I get blown away by music. It's just like I'm like out there, dude. I'm like you need like ropes to pull me back. The idea of solipsism, and like there's a lot of different ideas in Vedic knowledge, right? And people tend to want to apply solipsism in the way that it's defined. And I think the way that it's defined in modern times, there Indy's back, might be a little bit different to the way that it's defined in like a little while ago. And like when I think of solipsism, I'm thinking of like about the mind, right? The idea, basically, right, of existence, the idea of who I am, the idea. And I think solipsism relates to the notion of everything being an expression of a singularity, right? And that singularity is within the mind, which, if one understands what that really means, it's different to the way that it's exoterically understood. Exoteric appreciation of solipsism, in my perspective, is like to take solipsism and say that everything is just in your mind. The whole of reality is in your mind. Everything else is just a character in your mind, right? But it is. But it also is not. It is because your mind has taken every experience and shaped it into its own unique version of experience. And so no two people are experiencing reality in the same way. So my experience of you is my mind redefining you. So I don't see you, I see my redefinition of you in my own mind. So the you that I'm living with is my mind's creation. Namaste, Bernadine. I hope you are well. Happy, joyful vibrations. Hope you've had a good, peaceful, loving family time with holidays, and that you're gearing up for an awesome New Year's. Big love. And so that idea of solipsism, which is so publicly put out there, is like a very narrow bandwidth. Like if we go deep into the idea, then it's true, but it's not what's the word? It's not absolutely true. It's a relative truth of my reality being a solipsic reality, and every single human being is that. Like I see the cosmic in my mind. Indy sees a different cosmic than what I see. So my cosmic is a different cosmic to Indy's cosmic, and your Franklin is a different Franklin to Indy's Franklin, and everybody's got a different version of you. And let me tell you what happened to me once. I accidentally went too deep into somebody else's mind during a merge, right? Telepathy. I went so deep into their mind that I rabbit holed through their mind. Now the mind is like a tube. It's like a long, it's like a ride, man. The amusement park, but it's like it's not that amusing necessarily. And when I went through this mind, this journey, it sucked me through it. I traveled through that mind, and in that journey, I met this person's version of me. I came out the other end messed up, man, badly messed up. I was like, holy crap, which one am I? Am I my version of me, or am I his version of me? And it really messed my crap up for me. And that was when I realized, like existentially, like okay, like like this guy has another me living in his consciousness, and if I actually travel through that, I came out and I was like then having to battle myself. But this version of me that was his perspective of me, that wasn't my perspective of me, and these two were clashing. They weren't the same thing. And I was like that's not me. And that thing was like, well, this thing that I've got of me isn't me either, right? So like I think that's like the reality of solipsism. But I think that, like you were saying, solipsism exists as a relative truth within an onion layer of something else. If that does that make sense? And
I
within
see
that
what you're
other
talking
great
about,
truth, it's a
Franklin.
lie.
I'm also thinking, like, culturally speaking, the differences between Western and Eastern. So if you take sort of these ideas of oneness and you kind of filter it through the sort of cultural milieu, like think about the East. The East is definitely more of a culture that doesn't emphasize individuality. It emphasizes sort of the group. It emphasizes, self-sacrifice and sort of being part of the, collective. And so I think when you filter oneness through that perspective, sort of a non-individualist, we are kind of a tribe kind of mindset, oneness then takes on a very different context as opposed to kind of the Western, individualistic, pursuit where you see yourself as an individual, but when you encounter oneness as an individual, I think you're more likely to encounter solipsism. I think that kind of makes sense. And this is where I kind of push back on the whole oneness thing, right? So let's say you're a man from the Middle Ages, right? Let's say the year like 1200 or something like that. And you somehow get across some kind of entheogenic substance, right? And you think about like your medieval sorcery books, and you go past Jupiter, you go past Saturn, you go where the zodiac kind of is around the galaxy. You think, oh my God, I am one with everything. But then you think about it, like, well, hold on though. You're aware of what you're aware of? You are part of what you're aware of, but are you part of what you're not aware of? Because think about it this way: if you think that the solar system is the only thing that exists in the universe, right? And that basically once you get to like Neptune or Pluto, that's pretty much God's domain, then what about galaxies? If you're not aware of all the galaxies and all the other aspects of space that surround the solar system, how can you truly say you're one with everything? Because the thing is, like, you are one with all the parts that you can of reality that you can perceive: the sky, the air, the rocks, the other people around you, and stuff like that. But are you also one with the parts you're not aware of? Like, that's a question that I've been kind of like thinking about lately. Like, how can you know you're one with everything if you don't even know what everything even is? I guess that's kind of my pushback against that.
I would think that how we see things
Sorry,
is like,
please continue.
I would say that like how we see things is kind of like a guess, because you could have two people that see things like completely opposite ways, and they're both probably double thinking each other's perspectives and thinking, how could they think that, until something shows that one of them was right and the other one was wrong, at which point the other person might think, oh, okay, so there was more to them than appeared to meet the eye for me. Because I think we make these judgments based on what people have told us about something or someone, or first impressions about maybe overgeneralizations from that. And so other people have more of a keener eye to see beyond those things. Or people just have particular biases that might lead towards them being right in some situations rather than not other situations. And the other people may have that same bias that could be favorable in certain other conditions as well. So maybe they're not necessarily being keen, but they're having a web of possibilities that comes into play sometimes, whereas other people may have webs of possibilities that really don't.
Well, I always go back to the parable, the Jane parable of the three blind men and the elephant. So you guys are probably familiar with this story, but I'll just reiterate it anyway, just for the sake of that. So you have the idea in the story is you have three blind men, right? And they have to kind of guess like what this particular animal or object is. You know, one person grabs the ear and they think, oh, this is a bird. One person grabs the trunk and think, oh, this must be a snake. And then one person grabs one of the legs and says, oh, this must be a tree. Now you think about it, those are all incorrect answers, but based on the limited information that you have, you can understand why they made those particular guesses. Because if you just think of the elephant trunk, it makes sense why you would think that the elephant trunk might be a snake. And like if you touch the leg of an elephant, you might think, oh, it's not a tree, but you understand why they would think it's a tree, right? And so that's kind of how I look at truth, right? And that we always at least are partially right about things, but you know, we're never really like completely right, but we're never really completely wrong either. It's kind of somewhere in this like middle ground, if you will. But and the reason I say that though is because I think that one of the things I kind of like push back on in the spiritual community, but you know, culture in general, is this kind of relativistic attitude of, you know, oh, well, you know, all truths are basically the same. Everybody's got their own interpretation. And that is true to a certain extent, right? That everybody has their, but I think some people's interpretations are more true than others. I just think that nobody is absolutely true or false. Like, I think of it kind of like almost like a sliding scale. Like, you can be like almost like a fraction, if you will. I usually use the number 8 because that's kind of an important number in my system. So you can be like, you know, 1 out of 8 level of true, or you can be like 7 out of 8 true. But they're all kind of true, but some things are more true than others. So it's, and it's, there's a lot more going on because when you think about everything as being one, then you have sort of a distinctive sort of nexus of where truth kind of lies there, because everything is part of the oneness. The oneness is kind of the divine truth. Where, because I don't really believe in oneness anymore, I have to kind of come up with a different sort of epistemological approach to understand truth. So I just think of it more like music theory. Like, do certain notes work with these certain notes, or do certain colors complement each other, or do they clash, right? It's not necessarily a universal standard of truth to apply them to, but if you take two different variables in the universe, you can come up with some kind of true or false relationship between those two things. And I think you just kind of look at truth as just sort of looking at each, you know, relationship at a time. Because I think the problem with absolute truth, or believing in absolute truth, is that, you know, you feel this sense of entitlement that, okay, because I know the absolute truth, I then have the right to force that truth onto other people against their will, because I just know what's best for them. They're too stupid. They don't understand the way to enlightenment. They don't understand how to be happy. Only I know how they can be happy because I understand the absolute. And there's just a lot of problems that come with that. So I don't know. It's like it's so complicated now. There's no real easy answers for me anymore. I can't just like, you know, put everything into a little box with a ribbon and call it a day. There's a lot of speculation that I got to do still. I'm never really, but I don't know. I think uncertainty is a good thing on some level.
Yeah, too much certainty. Certain is the garden path. And sir is when you let sir tell you, hey, sir, which is the way up the garden path. And sir is like, let me lead you down the garden path. I'm sir. Welcome. This is the garden path. Off you go. Thank you. I am now certain. I knight you certain. You are sir of the garden path. So now I feel important. Like, yeah, I'm now a sir too. I'm certain of the garden path. So like the whole idea of certainty is literally, you know, being led down the garden path. That's where the root of the word tain comes from, is garden, right? And So I agree, you know, there is no certainty. Though here's the interesting part, right? What you talk about with tones. So from a hermetic perspective, like if we dive into hermetics, and hermetics seems to account for all of these phenomenon that we can experience through our own consciousness. So like the difference between hot and cold is the degree of one thing. We think of hot and cold as a polarity, but actually it's one thing. But the mind turns it into a polarity because the mind experiences hot and cold as two opposite poles. But the difference from a hermetic perspective is that it's a different degree of vibration, right? Vibrating faster or vibrating slower. But it's the same thing that's vibrating. It's the same principle, vibration. It's the same everything. It's just degrees of vibration. And they would say the same for color. They would say the same for different tastes. They would say the same for different people, right? Difference between John and Mary are different degrees of vibration and lots of a spectrum of vibrational fields that are all vibrating at different harmonics and tones to produce a field vibration. And that field vibration is the consciousness moving, and that field vibration produces a cymatic resonant field, and the cymatic resonant fields fit within that field, and the geometry of those fields produce space, and the DNA's vibrations within those fields produce resonances that cause hormones to resonate in those fields. And so the cymatic shape then gets induced proteins through the hormonal field to start filling up that space with organic, right? But it's coming from consciousness. So the whole thing is vibration, and the field of vibration that produces flesh. So they would say that the only difference between this flesh and that flesh is the difference in tones of vibration. And then the only difference between this consciousness and that consciousness is the difference of tones of vibration. And so like if you apply that, like let's say you want to connect with someone, like mentally, right? If you can hear their tone of vibration in your consciousness, you can connect with them. Like if you can hear their tone, you can start to materialize like a body in their space just about. Like this is a head trip. You can literally start to materialize a kind of a part of yourself there and almost move around that space. Like because you're following that vibrational tone, which is them, and you're pulling enough of yourself to be there, then you pull more and pull more until more of your vibrations are in that space. You start to take form corporeally, a corporeal form of form in their space. And this is sort of like something that you can like experiment with. It's quite interesting. And the only reason that can happen is because they and you have something that's similar. And that similarity is only because the fundamental building blocks that make them and the fundamental building blocks that make you are essentially the same, but differently aligned, differently toned, differently stretched into frequency. And so from that perspective, you could be, well, if everything is just one field of vibration, then in that field of vibration, everything is one, because it's just a field of vibration. But within that vibration, there's nuances. And within the nuances, there's nuances. And within the nuances, there's nuance. And there's an endless field of, and this is the rhythms. Like this is the fifth principle of Hermes, which is the rhythm that dictates all of these fields of vibration. And because of all of these fields of vibration having their own particular pitches and rhythms, they are individual. So before rhythm, like there isn't enough substance of vibration to designate individuality. So if one goes to pre-birth states, before the state of rhythm, before the state, we are outside of physical reality, further and further away, this identity that we use here becomes less corporeal, like relatively to where the perspective is. And so this is like what I was sort of getting at earlier, and I don't think you got it, was that when you move inwards, you move towards a singularity inside of yourself. And the deeper you go into yourself, you move closer to a singularity that becomes broader in its perspective. And the closer you move into that, nobody can, I think, experience the full totality of things because of our limits. And when we move out of ourselves, we move towards a differentiated multiplicity. And the further we move out of ourselves, the further more rational we become. And the more we move into ourselves, the more emotional we become, the more irrational we become. And the emotional field is empathy that connects me to you to such an extent that I don't know which part of me is you and which part of you is me, because it's just one soup of experience. And then the rational, logical experience is that, no, that's you, this is me, that's that, this is up, this is down, that's there, this is there. But in the emotional astral field, it's also expressive of the glue that holds things together. And on the outside, it's so expressive of the objects that are being held by the glue, each being different. I think like this applies. So like when I look at it, like the term oneness, I think is a horrible term because it's a lie. Like oneness. There's no, like, you can't have oneness. But what you can do is you can move closer towards the singularity, towards unity. And in a unified unity, state of unity, one will be more telepathic, more able to draw information from others. But it's like a scale. It's not like that's it, boom, you move more towards that pole, you move more towards, so everything ends up being polarized anyway. Like you can move towards unity, but you never quite get there. And you can move towards differentiation, but you never quite get there. There's always more.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, that there's, even though I think that, I also want to reiterate that just because I don't think that there is oneness, that doesn't mean I don't think there's any form of interconnectivity or connection. I think, to me, it's just that the problem with, like, there not being an other is that if there is no other, that connection feels hollow and meaningless, one of the reasons I think there's a difference between connecting to a real person versus connecting to someone that's maybe virtual or imaginary, for example, is that the real person, what they say and do is going to seem a lot more unpredictable to you than something that's more artificial, where it's just kind of like, whatever. So I think in a way, there's an aspect that there is a certain point where you kind of zoom out and zoom inward, and you kind of find sort of the limits of your imagination and your perception. And you kind of say, okay, this is kind of where my identity is currently at. This is how far my consciousness is currently expanded. But the idea is, with this practice, you can expand that bubble out, further and further, and expand the sort of the potentiality of your being. And as for, I think the reason that everything, is a polarity, I think the two-ness thing just kind of feels intuitive. Oh, that was dumb, but it's on point, because there's something about, I think, maybe this is like some kind of Western, cultural misinterpretation or whatever, but there's just something kind of like, it's like, okay, everything is one. You're just like, that's it? Now what? What's after that? What goes beyond? You're just gonna like sit in bliss for all eternity, in some, white void while you listen to new age music. I don't know. I like the idea that, like, existence is a continuing adventure, a continuing sort of expansion and growth, and it never really comes to an end. But to kind of get back to the original point about sort of going inward versus going outward. And there's something kind of interesting about that, because they do kind of create different narratives about the universe, right? Because you kind of, expand outward into the universe, you could probably see yourself as sort of small and insignificant. Whereas if you kind of look at yourself inwards, you can kind of see yourself as very vast and very large. Now, it was interesting when you were talking about Hermeticism earlier, about how everything can kind of be sort of like chalked down to certain levels of polarity in regards to the kind of the this sort of omega polarity at the center. And one thing I want to say about that is I feel like materialism kind of actually has a similar point of view in a way, because materialism is also technically a monistic belief system, right? And it sort of sees everything as sort of one vibration like process, but instead of consciousness based vibrations, they are material based vibrations, right? But there is some kind of ontological singularity, like I mentioned before. It also reduces all of existence to one bubble, because if consciousness is some kind of epiphenomenon, or an illusion or a hallucination or something like that, then we are just sort of like unconsciousness becoming conscious, which never really made a whole lot of sense to me. And I think another thing I want to kind of go back to, like, this sort of the thing I've been working on lately. I've talked about this with you before, Franklin, about the dichotomy between awareness and being, right? So from the idealist perspective, the Hermeticist or the Hindu or the Buddhist, they would say essentially that everything, awareness is the fundamental reality, that when we perceive outward, the perception of consciousness and sort of like that, and our sense of being are more physical, non-conscious aspects of self, that's the illusion, right? It's matter, it's the illusion, and awareness is the truth. But there's also an inverted version of that story. From the materialist perspective, being is what is real. So being is basically more about the non-aware experience, like dreamless sleep or being in a kind of intoxicated state, or just the idea of physical objects, sort of just existing in space, right? And so from the materialist perspective, being is what's real and awareness is an illusion. So they look at the conscious experience of the astral plane. So to really kind of sum this up, it's almost like what the spiritual people are saying is that the spiritual world is real and the material world is an illusion. Whereas the materialists are saying the material world is real and the spiritual world is an illusion. And so what I try to do is I try to find what is the mix between these two dichotomies, right? Sort of idealism and materialism. And I think it'd be kind of interesting to sort of find out what is the oneness, what is the sort of like, because you mentioned before, the Hermeticists don't see hot and cold as these distinct things. They see them as this polarity where coldness is a very slow vibration and heat is a very like fast, vibration, right? So in a way, if you look at idealism and materialism, there actually is a kind of a similar spectrum connecting these 2 points, where you got the idealism here and the materialism, and they also are kind of 2 poles of this larger unity. And I think that's the kind of the larger metaphysical metaphysical conversation that I'm particularly interested in.
Yeah, I mean that is really interesting, and I think to preface that, where you were saying, I'm going to try and respond. I made a note on a Google tab to remember unity as a fractal of one's unity leads to macrocosmic being. Okay, I just didn't finish the word. Okay, yeah, I remember what you were saying. So you were saying that if you get to a state of unity, then what's next? Right? Now, I'm going to take us on a thought adventure, if that's cool, like a little bit of a thought adventure. Let's roll, baby. You guys ready? You got your dancing shoes on? We're going dancing. So here I am as an individual me, but this individual me is part of a group, and that group is part of groups, and these groups are all part of a mass mind, a mass unified personality, a group mind. And that group mind is a bigger version of me and you and cosmic, right? But just like I am me, I am a mass of smaller thoughts and proclivities and cells and microbes, right? That group mind, instead of making up cells in a body, it makes up bodies in a battery of bodies, right? So what happens when one reaches a point of unity where one is getting close to a center, let's call it that, right? Close to a point. So how I imagine this is that there's octaves of vibration or fields, and this is one particular potential octave of a vibrational field that will switch to another octave, and that octave is macrocosmic, and that it's all fractaled. So I would then become bigger. I would become a group mind as an entity. And now I'm an individual with other group minds, right? And I would become bigger than that. I would become like a national mind, like as a big macrocosmic. So to think of like a nation as being a being is an interesting concept. We like to think of ourselves as individuals, but we are like, each cell in our body might think, hey, I'm an individual cell, part of this flesh puppet, right? But we're like, and that cosmic thing could be bigger. We could become a planet, and we could become a consciousness of a planet. Now we're part of a bigger variety, still an individual, right? Still very much an individual, but like a group. And we could become a star, right? And I think we could become a galaxy. And I think we could become an entire universe. And then I think we could become a multiverse, but still being one thing. So I think there's an evolution process where individuality meets unity, and it merges, and it goes, damn, I'm right back where I started. Only everything's a bit bigger. And then it does it again. And just as it gets to the point, it's like, well, I'm right back where I started, only everything's a bit bigger. And it's sort of like school in a way. You know, you start off with like grade 1, grade 2, and you get right back to the end, and you're right back, and now you're back again. Now you're like, you get to the biggest fish in junior school, and bang, you're in high school, and you're the little fish again, right? Get to the biggest fish in high school, and bang, you're in university, you're the smallest fish. And then you get into the career world, and you're the beginner, you know, you're the neophyte in the career world. And then you become the biggest fish in the career world. Then later on, you're now an investor, but you're a minor investor. And as you become a bigger investor with your, you know, I think it works on every level of being, this fractal model of reality. And I think this is what the Hermeticists were sort of getting at, was that there's this field of vibration that's almost infinite in its potential, and that each one, and I suppose you could consider these as something like a Zerfax, couldn't you? Like a different reality, a different scale of reality. And I think our scale becomes like, I've had like crazy, I remember getting really big, and I wasn't in my boat, I was something bigger, and I was like, holy crap, like there's consciousness in this, right? Like transcending your body and being like, and noticing like you're like a solar system. It's like, holy crap, this is like a living thing. It's one thing. And that's like an individual with all the others, like in a queue in the shopping center, you know, just like we have to go queuing in the shopping center to get to the till with our things. And this thing's in a queue. It's going round and round, like, you know, the traffic running just like all of us. So I don't know. Now, I think this ties in to the second part that you were saying, which was the notion of the second point that you were making, which I'm trying to tie these two together because I saw a connection. What was the last thing that you said that you really liked talking about?
I don't know if I remember either. But
I think it was to do with the outside and the inside.
Yeah, it was to do with the outside and the inside, how they form different narratives about the universe. That's what I think I was getting at before, right?
Yeah, and I think that's the pole That's the pole. That's like the poles of this like lens, right? But you can like move through the lens, and then you're at like bigger poles with a bigger lens, and the outside, what was the inside becomes the outside. But then there's a different inside, and this is, I think it's just scalability. That's what to me seems to make sense. That we're a fractal. Like I often imagine myself. I think that the microbes in our bodies are the heavens. How's that for a head trip?
It's very hermetic of you to think as above, so below. Think of it like, never mind. But I think for me, like, I get the scaling thing you're talking about. Because I think what you're talking about, like, if I'm an individual, now I can get to more Zarfaxology, because if I'm an individual being, that's one Zerfax. But when I take all different Zerfaxes of individuals, that forms a group Zerfax, right? So that's like another kind of like nested layer on top of that. And then those groups get larger, then a Zerfax then forms into a Zarfax, which then forms into a Zorfax, and then into a Zyfax, and it just keeps going up and up and up, and it doesn't stop. That's where I'm at. Like, because I feel, this is why I think it's hard for me to consider the oneness, because it's like, there is no top floor. There is no point where, like, I'm at the end, because you think, like, all right, I'm at the end, I figured it out, I'm in the oneness, but then there's, like, the voice inside me, but what if there's something beyond this? And you're like, maybe you're right, maybe there is something beyond this. And then, like magic, it's almost like when you're looking at a void, all of a sudden it just gets, like, a light shows up, and all these, like forests and mountains and like all sorts of weird planets start showing up that you never saw before. You know, so I think that when it comes to I think one of the things about my practice is that I try to kind of implement that I don't really see a lot of other occult practice do implicitly, though I think they probably your relationship with the universe, etc. But I wanted something specifically that's about how do I expand the potential of my imagination? How is it that I imagine something so fantastical that no human being has ever laid eyes on it before? And I think when you get to a point with oneness, and the problem with that is that eventually you think that, oh, there must be an ultimate edge to this bubble. There must be a point where the bubble gets so big that it can't expand any further. And then maybe they'll reply with, oh, it's not about expanding outward. It's all about going inward and going into the smallest, most microscopic. But you think about it, that's infinite too. I can zoom down into cells, but then those cells turn into atoms, and then those atoms turn into electrons and quarks, and then quantum particles. And who even knows if there might be subatomic universes within us, you know? There might be entire histories and wars just inside, like, your finger. Like, there might be, like, the entire civil war of some nation that's been going on for thousands of years, and all sorts of bloody torment and horrors happening, and you're not even aware of it, you know? And so, I don't know. It's not that I really necessarily have, like, an issue with oneness. It's almost like at a point where it's like, I don't see how it's conceptually possible for it to exist. Because the thing about one, but I've also learned this too, and this is something that kind of Sliz helped me sort of explain. Sliz, by the way, is one of the Fae that I talked to, and she's been teaching me pretty much all of this stuff, right? Is that she was telling me, it's like, look, Rich, I know that, like, you know, we're kind of like, you know, criticizing the oneness, but at the same time, for this particular Zarfex, there is a sort of a necessity to believe in oneness, because it's almost like the belief in oneness among its individual sort of beings within the Zarfex allows the Zarfex to maintain a sort of a level of homogeneity of sort of like, you know, being in a sort of a stasis. Like, it doesn't split apart and, you know, go all over the place. And, you know, because it's interesting, because they separated it all into 4 types of Zarfex. There's a solid, fluid, gaseous, and plasma. And we live in what's known as a solid Zarfex, right? So the solid Zarfex is basically, the idea is when you take consciousness and you introduce darkness to that consciousness, when consciousness doesn't have other things to relate to, and it's just in kind of this pure, dark, kind of empty space, it crystallizes and becomes solid matter. And so, and because of that, like the Zarfex, because we live in this solid matter, we have to come up with beliefs to sort of compensate for that, right? To kind of offset the kind of the material aspect of consciousness, and basically kind of forming our own sort of dream bubbles, dream universes within the Zarfex. So the thing about a Zarfex is that it's much larger than a universe. Now think about it like this. Like, think about each universe is a single cell in your body, and the Zarfex is the entire body. That's the level of scale I'm talking about here. And it's just like at a certain point, like even if oneness was real, I don't think I could ever fully know it because of what I'm talking about, that infinite kind of sliding up and sliding outward and sliding inward. And even if it is real, you'll never fully 100% know it for sure. And there's something weirdly comforting about that.
I think it's kind of unspoken in Taoism that if we mention a word or a concept or principle, that it only exists because of its contrast or its opposite. And so when they speak of a oneness, they already have laid out the fact that all we see is the yin and the yang. So there's always two-ness and more, and it gets more and more complex. And as we try to acknowledge and work with the two-ness, what they say in Taoism is that it creates contrivance. We try to act a certain way to get a certain result, and it becomes a falseness of how we want to be or how we naturally are. So they say that to embrace the oneness is to supersede the contrivance. And they say that it's just kind of to embrace the principles of nature and spontaneity. And they say that without spontaneity, we live in the past while trying to be in the present. We're trying to analyze everything that we're trying to do before we can do it. And so we're being stuck in a preparedness and we're not in a beingness. And so that by saying that there's a oneness, they're saying that try to find the oneness, the all-encompassing multiplicity that's trying to encompass you in complexities. But they don't have to say that. And they have kind of laid this out in the framework of the simple poems. They basically say that there can be no understanding of love if there was its lack of, or its opposite. So pretty much anything that there's an understanding of, they said in the golden time era, before this time, can you guys hear me all right?
You're breaking up a lot, I'll
Cool.
say that.
Yeah, it's coming back in. So in the golden era, there was no understanding of love because there was no lack of love. It was all just love and understanding and harmony during those times. And then as things digressed, we've come into the common era. We've developed an understandings of those words because we've experienced their loss of them or the lack. So there's like kind of an unacknowledged, there's spoken of unacknowledged things that are kind of just known to be part of the acknowledged concept.
Yeah, man.
But I was going to mention the social memory complex of Venus was the raw from the law of one. Instead of what you were talking about earlier, it was like the whole social memory complex of the planet Venus. Its own individual.
Interesting that you mentioned Venus, in that like Venus represents the polarity in a sense, the day star, the night star. It's the twin star, Venus. And the hexagram, representing the upward triangle and the downward triangle, pulling in opposition, which is quite interesting. And I think like there's definitely this, like you were saying, Cosmic, as well, there's definitely this misconception. This is why the word oneness is such a swear word, right? Why it's a bit of a slur, because it comes loaded like you were saying, everybody analyzing everything, Indy. And when you said that, I had a vision of this little male dog running around trying to analyze everything. You know, it was like it was a dirty picture. I was like, damn, like, where am I getting these crazy pictures? But that's what it was. It's like a male dog on heat. You know, it's like I'm gonna analyze this thing. Like Beavis and Butthead. That's what comes to mind. This little dog's got a Beavis and Butthead voice, like especially Beavis. No, Butthead. It's got a Butthead voice. That funny little laugh. And I think it's Butthead. I don't know which is which. But when I think about this, I get this notion of, that analytical potential is annul, to cancel, to annul something, to cancel it out because you're minusing one from one to get back to zero, right? And so this very idea of minusing one thing from one thing, the rational mind wants to, this is not that, and it compares this is not like that, and so we can cancel that, and we're continually dividing to get to the truth of, like, if it's not all of these things, it must be itself. Yeah? And that's sort of like how individuality works in a sense. It's dividing everything else till it comes back to the final so-called denominator. But I don't think there is one. I don't think, like you were saying, Cosmic, this idea that people have that there's this total unity that you reach. I think that the unity is wrapped up and hidden inside. Does that make sense? And it's like, I think of a toric field. That's, to me, what reality is. So if I were to expand and get bigger, like, what if every galaxy that we can see, right, is just the cells of one organ, right? And that one organ is my organ. And if I were to become that big, I would have gone through a epicenter, like expanding beyond that, you would become like so minuscule that you'd, like, if you keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, you can just keep getting bigger and bigger, because there comes a point where you're coming up from something so small, and then you're getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and you go through the whole cycle again. And it's like a toric field, right? If you go in the one side of the toric field, you come out the other. So if you get bigger and bigger, expanding out of a toric field, there will come a point where you'll get so big that you'll be expanding out from the smallest thing again, right? And it's just continual. And the same, if you're going in towards the smallest, you get so small that you're gigantic, moving back in. So I think the system is locked in so that you cannot reach. And in the Kabbalah, this is an interesting perspective. The Kabbalah expresses this idea that you cannot go beyond this point. This is like the idea of Ein Sof Or, right? And the Vedic cosmology expresses this too, when they look about the Aum Tat Sat. Like within the Aum Tat Sat, which is the Vedic similar concept to the Ein Sof Or, which means that you can experience a certain level of unity while in the flesh, but then you'll burst your bubble and you'll be starting again. But that other starting again will be like something you cannot even imagine from here, because it's so foreign to here. But it will be a continual effect, and then within that field there'll be an Ein Sof Or, which is like a triple layer of like that bubble, and you'll burst your bubble, and when you burst your bubble, you're like right back where you started. I think that this is universal within the Vedic cosmology too. When you think of the Om Tat Sat, the Om is the manifestational physicality coming into being. The Sat is the absolute, right? The absolute purity of reality, the spiritual plane. And the Tat is that the nature of the give and take between absolute and non-absolute, right? And relative. So if you think of Om, you think of relative and relevant. You think of Sat, you can think of absolute. And when you think of Tat, you can think of that relationship between the relative and the absolute. And these three are always intertwined. You can never have one without the other two. And so there is no way to reach into a total state of oneness, I think. So the New Ages are looking at one isolated part of reality, and they want to ignore the other two. Does that make sense when I put it into that notion? Where that
Like
one
a
is
cherry
just one
picking.
part of three parts. Yeah?
Like they're cherry picking, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Just like they just want to look at the nice things. They don't want to look at the not nice things. Like well, you got to look at the not nice things to appreciate the nice things, you know? And what we were talking about before with rich people, they can have everything, right? And because they can have everything nice and perfect the way they want it, nothing has any meaning to them anymore. So there's something very dangerous about cherry picking. Like if you're rich enough to cherry pick so that you only eat the food that you feel like, right? No, but I feel like a strawberry that grows on that island, right? You can only find it on that island. I had it there. That strawberry, those are the strawberries I want to have. And I want a particular type of cream that comes from a particular type of cow that grows in that place, right? I want that cream with that strawberries. And it will come to the point where that cream, strawberries and cream will lose its meaning to you. Because it'll just be, that's what you have for strawberries and cream. And I think like as an example, I mean, you can extrapolate that into everything. That little dog's at my door again. Let me let him in. But I don't know, like what do you think about the notion of this? This is like what the triple goddess and the Trinity represents, maybe. That everything is these three aspects tied together, and that's time as well, future, past, and present.
That's actually how I kind of conceive the self, actually. So, in Zarfaxology, there's the concept of the Iserfax, right? And think of this. So the Iserfax is like like an equilateral triangle or an isosceles, a triangle inside of a triangle, right? And each point is like a different sort of Zerfax. So there's your physical Zerfax of just sort of like your five sensory experience, that you experience things from that particular node. Then there's more of your imagination node where you see things astrally and mentally, and you have your mental mind. And then there's sort of the emotional node, which is sort of abstract. There's not really any images, sort of, but it's all about sort of like feeling and color, et cetera, et cetera. And each one of these things are sort of three different Zerfaxes that kind of come together to sort of make the individuality of your being. So their idea is that souls or individual beings are the result of the sort of the unification of masculine and feminine, just in the same way that in the physical world, you know, you create an offspring by, you know, a mother and a father, you know, reproducing. They see the spiritual world and souls playing out in pretty much that exact same type of dynamic. And that's kind of like what basically the idea is, that instead of, you know, parents giving birth to children, gods and goddesses give birth to souls. And it's sort of like you have like the masculine eternity, and then you have the feminine eternity, and then the self is like this. It's like you're taking a vertical eternity of like maybe one polarity, and then another eternity that's more horizontal, and you are sort of the crossroads of these sort of different forms of consciousness, and that kind of forms its own distinct Zerfax that is distinct from the masculine and feminine kind of pantheistic consciousness overmind. And as for the Ein Sof and the idea of kind of like there is a sort of a barrier with our Zarfex, right? So the idea is that we live in these interdimensional bubbles, right? But all of them exist in kind of this one sort of inky black sort of bubble, which is called the Zarfex membrane. And what the Zarfex membrane essentially does is it kind of determines like what can get in and can get out of the Zarfex, sort of like a body. So it takes something in that it needs, and it sort of expels things that it doesn't want. And um, so when it comes to like the whole Ein Sof R concept, so the at the edge of the Zarfex, there's sort of these like realms of sort of pure light. So you have like the black void gate, you have the colored void gate, the white void gate, and the fractal gate. And these sort of like are different doorways to different Zarfexes. But because of our belief systems, we're sort of incalculated into this black bubble. And it makes sense because if you have two different Zarfexes, two different solid Zarfexes, interact with each other, they basically will just collide and cause all sorts of like chaos and disaster. So there's an actual necessity to keep these things distinct from each other. And so it's a really complicated thing. But the idea is that you can go beyond the Zarfex. And it's not so much a matter of a point where it's like Ein Sof or where it's like, okay, here's the highest point, you can't go beyond it. Zarfexology is more like, okay, you can go into infinity, just see how far you can get, and then come back to me when you give up. And it's like you can kind of do that, and it sort of lets you. It's like it's sort of instead of saying, okay, this is the limit, it's basically saying, okay, try it for yourself. See how far you can zoom out into reality. So I do a mental exercise where I think of like these. I meditate on these Zarfex, right? So I think of myself as a Zarfex, and then I think of myself as being part of a Zarfex. And I keep expanding it out further and further until my brain just can't compute it anymore. And it's just like, and you're just like, I give up. And you kind of almost like lose your individual self at that point. So, and once you get to that point, you're not just being told that there's, this cap on understanding it. There's things you can't under. You actually see it for yourself, and you realize like, oh, this is actually why I can't figure this out. Because a lot of people, they may look at that and say, I can figure this out. These ancient mystics, they don't know what they're talking about. I can figure out the ultimate secret. I can figure out they don't know what they're talking about. Then you go beyond, you're like, oh, what I thought was the entire universe is just a single grain of sand in an entire desert. I got to go back to the drawing board, man.
Are you with us, Indy?
Yeah, I'm here. I think you're muted.
I was just saying, do you have any thoughts, brother?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think there's a value in the idea of triple aspect where we had the ancient tradition and understanding of the oppositorium coincidentium, or something of the sort, where we have the two poles and then the sacred union in the center as a third pole of the two opposites. I think that's a very valuable concept that we have that we see goes back to ancient traditions of Hermeticism and beyond. And I think there's a lot of wisdom in that. We have a lot of like concepts like sun and moon, that kind of like stand in opposition of each other and in alignment with each gender, and light and darkness and things of the sort. So these are like pivotal things that have like been very celebrated in our culture for as long as time goes back in our history, being part of like a battle. And I think that's part of the Babylonian and Atlantean mystery schools, to keep us divided on those poles. But the sacred mystic wants us to understand how we can unify and we can come together in the center. And that's kind of also part of like overcoming the division that we've been pushed apart and coming into unity with each other, to, stand together, not necessarily against corrupt authority, but to build a new system together in unity in the sacred union. And I think there's a lot of push towards that coming into our future with the speak of like coming into a golden age and overcoming collapsing system and things like that. So I think there's a lot of power in that. And I think there's a lot of power in the idea of two-ness, like Cosmic was talking about earlier. It reminds me of existentialism. And they talk about like being seen by another. And when the other is seen, then you have like the chance to like, act accordingly and be accountable for your own actions. But also you can act upon that other person in certain ways with respect or lack thereof. And so you can hold yourself accountable for the way that you treat others. So like there's a lot of, basically nothing really makes sense when there's like oneness of only one individual or everyone sharing a mind. The idea of like other people seeing their own way makes us like accountable and responsible for our behaviors and stuff. So that's very important, I think. And I think the idea of oneness could take away from that. But I think in Taoism, there's like a push towards innocence and generous nature. So I think in like a naive way, they hope that like the idea of pushing the mind towards oneness and trying to transcend the idea of contrivance is more of a way in which people have a nature in which they're willing to listen and respect the wishes of others, but have the desire to just be generous in giving. And so there's really not really a nature of like trying to get anything from people or take things that aren't given. It's like the idea of going through nature and take what's given off of the vine when it's time, when it's ripe, not like going and taking things before they're ripe and kind of forcing them to ripen somewhere else and hoping it works out. Just a way of going with what's called Wu Wei, the course of effortlessness, in which you don't try to make a contrived effort to achieve a certain goal besides the idea of being there in good nature and the nature of giving and creating goodness, like in the mirror of nature, but also mirroring water in the sense of being willing to go to the lowest places and not judge, and being able to flow and overcome the hardest things with the fluidity of being spontaneous and having that fluidity of nature of being, of not having to compartmentalize your thoughts and lump people into categories, seeing people in the same way, but also understanding their differences.
I find it very hard not to want to look at this,
It encapsulates number 5 center.
Exactly.
Nice.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And when you've got a polarity of 1 and 2, it produces 3. And so that 3 becomes the expression of 5. Hope that makes sense to people, like in a sense. Because you've got 1, you've got 2, and you've got 3. Now that 3 becomes a unit, but that unit expresses one side and another side. 4 and 5, rest and movement simultaneously, right? Where 1 and 2 are like simple, 4 and 5 becomes more complex expressions of each other. So like, but I mean, here we can see what we were talking about. There are three elements being moved here, and everything comes back to 1, right? With a 5 in the middle. So you can see what we were talking about here. We were talking about unity. Unity is number 1, right? 1. So if you go across, 3 plus 7 is 1. 1 plus 9 is 1. 8 plus 2 is 1. 6 plus 4 is 1. 1 always meets in the center. But what does 1 meet in the center? 1 meets 5. And 5 is change. So 15 becomes the emblem of change, which is 1 working through 5. And that becomes 6, which is harmony. And that becomes the expression of Venus, what we were talking about, that polarized expression of the day and the night star. So you know, even here we're looking at it. It's there's definitely three things. It's these sigils speak so much more than what any lot of words in any book could ever tell you, and they just say it so simply, don't they? You know, like it's geometry. It's like your intuition can sort of grasp what it's showing you, and this is the tree. This is the tree of life, and so we're dealing with three blocks of three, the enneagram, right? Three, and it's obviously got all three numbers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? All three numbers are in here. And it's done in such a way that, for example, even the ones on the top, let's say I add 8 plus 1. If I try and circumvent the center, and I go, oh, I'm going to circumvent the center, we still end up with 15. 8 plus 1 plus 6, it's still 15. 2 plus 7 plus 6, it's still 15. 4 plus 3 plus 8, it's still 15. 4 plus 6, 4 plus 2 plus 9, it's still 15. Whichever way you do it, you add up with 15. And that 15 becomes like I think the expression of why we can't experience total unity without change, because that 5 in the center is the change that impresses itself upon everything, and it's also the center of the of the turning wheel, basically. And because it's the center of the turning wheel, it represents something that's rather quite profound, right? In terms of not being able to reach that point, because the moment you reach the point where you're experiencing unity, you've moved past it. Yeah. Does that make sense?
And also, yeah, absolutely. And also we have the 15 that it adds up to in each row becomes the 6, which gives us the 666 associated with Saturn. Of course, also associated with the cube. But the number 5 in this... Oh, you're muted, Franklin.
Sorry, brother. You do carry on.
The number 5 in this is hidden when they made the 64 hexagrams from the 8 numbers outside of the 5. The 5 was kind of the root that was not acknowledged, kind of the hidden root, kind of like Da'at in the Sephirothic Labyrinth. And I found that interesting that they have that aspect of the root that's kind of lost and hidden later. And in this aspect, the 5 is the sacred union between the 4 and the 6. So that's kind of evident right there that they've kind of taken away the sacred union of the two oppositions.
I also noticed with the pattern with the lines is that with the green and the orange lines, there are 2 vectors, whereas with the 4, 5, 6 blue line, it's only 1 vector, right? So that kind of expresses like there's like a singularity in the blue and a kind of implicit dualism within each the orange and the green vectors. I thought that was kind of another interesting observation.
Yeah, that's a good observation. And it also does move like far away from each pole, which in one aspect does move up and over though, and the other one moves down and over. Very interesting how they play out. I guess you could say the one moves up and forward, while the other one moves down and backward. We've talked about them being future and past.
Or you can also see it as sort of 2 different opposites coming together in the center. It's sort of like the 1 meets the 9, and then together they become the 5. I could also look at it like that.
Yeah, that's true. It's a beautiful layout. And it's this 3 squared creates this beautiful dichotomy of things where we have things going around that central pole. And if you look at it right, you can kind of see like another plane kind of laying on its side diagonally. And then it has these other 2 branches coming out. To me, it almost resembles like a point, like a line going through a portal.
Mic is temporarily on. Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear
you're
you.
back on.
So I got to hold my finger on the space bar, and if I
Oh, you're off again.
got to hold my finger on
There
the
you-
blooming space bar. This is a lot of fun, dude. Like, I'm digging the software. Like I'm really rocking the software. It's like seriously, no wonder they call this thing like, you know, Riverside, like because people go to the riverside to throw this in the river. And but yeah, you know, like what you were saying was, I see this as the tree, right? That
Yeah.
you've got the roots of the tree, and you got the branches and the leaves of the tree, and then you've got that blue, which is the trunk of the tree, which is also the axis mundi. And those roots of the tree and the leaves and branches of the trees, what we were talking about earlier, were the external emerging forces and the internal contracting forces, and how these internal contracting forces, which you can see, the internal contracting forces converge on number 8 with the yellow or amber color, and the external expressing forces converge on number 2, right? They converge on number 2, that potential of polarity, right? So we see like this interesting polarity between the 8 and the 2 being sort of expressed here. And to me, when I look at this, I see like the division between the inner and the outer being shown to us here, which is what that axis mundi, or the tree of life represents. Which, what it's also saying to me is that the bigger and the smaller are the same, right? Like, it's almost suggesting that if you go to 2, if you move to 2, right, then 2 becomes 8 in order to keep the 1. Yeah. If you go towards 4, 4 becomes 6 in order to keep the 1. If you go from 1 towards 9, 9 becomes 1 in order to keep the 1. So that number 10 is always being preserved, with 5, the mid mark of the number 10, sitting in the center, always preserving the flow and the rotation of time. So like, this is why Saturn and Mercury have got this relationship that they've got, which is so close, because Saturn relies upon Mercury. Yeah, that mercurial potential of change, because Saturn takes 4, which is fixed, stagnant, like doctrine, knowledge, energy, like substance, which can't move or change, crystallized. And it takes that crystallized 4, and it puts that crystallized 4 in upon itself to bring out 8, which is a dynamic form of that knowledge held in number 4. I mean, a dynamic version of that knowledge of number 4 expressed as 8. But the reason it's got the dynamism that 4 lacks is because of the 5 being in the center. And then when we think of like what 5 represents, right? 5, pibe. And so like we think of pi, we think of phi. And so 5 becomes, if you look at a pentagram, it carries phi in it, doesn't it? Like if you make a pentagram, right, and you keep drawing that line of the pentagram outwards, it will make a smaller pentagram, and a smaller pentagram, and a smaller pentagram, and each pentagram will be exactly the rule of 5 smaller than the pentagram before. So it will follow the recipe of 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 11, hold on, no, 13, 21, 34. It will follow the series sequence of phi in terms of its size of the pentagram. So the pentagram holds the knowledge and the sacred expression of how all things are connected. And so 5 would stand at the center of time, which is quite interesting when we look at alchemy, because Mercury is the thing that holds it all together, right? It's what binds everything back to bring the perfected state of matter. Even though we're dealing with Saturn, we're dealing with time, we're dealing with those heavy, dense forces that actually are probably the closest thing we can get to the spiritual, which is quite ironic, because this whole Saturn square is telling us about the number 10. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. And how 10 reduces to 15, which is 6. But 6, it's mystic. The mystic nature of 6 is 5, because 5 becomes 6. So if you take a pentagram and you consider the origin of that pentagram to give it depth, you're then dealing with 6. But in its conceptual form, it's 5. And so this is always going to be, a cycle that one thing becomes another. Like, have you seen the version of the enneagram where 9 is at the center of an octagon or octagram? Have you seen that version of an enneagram? It's a pretty cool version. It's an enneagram with the 8 numbers around, with 9 at the center. And now you can see how the Chaldeans viewed numbers. Yeah, the Chaldeans found this notion that 9 sits at the center and that the 8 revolves around it, which is really what we're looking at here. And 5 becomes the expression of this continuity. So, it seems like a fairly endless potential of moving towards something quite profound. Now I'm allowed to unmute. Isn't that hilarious?
It's weird, man.
Yeah, I know that subject about resonant fields or clouds that we share like a mind at a greater capacity. And I thought that'd be interesting to mention. But also, Isaac Bentov suggested that as we go higher in our consciousness, ultimately we share our mind at the top, was his suggestion. And after he came out and said this, he disappeared after that, and he died mysteriously.
I was kind of thinking, just looking at about the Saturn square and Jupiter square, I always thought how it's kind of odd that we use squares to represent circular spherical objects in space. And what does that kind of say about, our understanding of the celestial bodies, right? Actually, I think I kind of want to do share something, an image that I just made. Let's see. How do I actually don't know how to do.
Just make sure that you toggle the
okay.
little volume,
It basically works just like
sound at the
StreamYard.
bottom
Okay.
off, yeah?
Yeah.
Cosmic? Just because it'll mess things up.
So I basically decided, what if I took the Saturn square but put it in circles instead of a square and see how that would look? And I was thinking, be interesting. I also put these outer numbers. So there's the 4, the 9, 2, the same relationship within the 5 itself. And I just kind of wanted to look at this because it's seeing what is the difference in implication when you look at it as being a bunch of circles as opposed to it being a bunch of squares. I just thought, maybe you want to look into this because you think about each one of these numbers containing all of the numbers within them, and then there's a sort of Saturn square within that. So you look at this, there's like a Saturn square within the individual 5, and then that would be represented. I didn't have the time to kind of like figure out where all these numbers would go, but I think it kind of demonstrates the sort of it showcases the sort of the fractal nature of what you're talking about. I was curious to your thoughts.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I think, the root or the seed will have an encompass of the other things that grow from it.
I didn't really hear what you said. I don't know if it was my side or your side. I hope everybody else could hear you. Did you hear him, Cosmic?
I was trying to say that the root or the seed would usually have the components of everything that grows from it. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, that is
some
interesting.
Of these circles are.
Yeah.
Good. Some of these circles are like an egg shape, like the one is a standing up egg, and then there's others are laying down. I think that's interesting, even though it may not have been intentional. I think it gives it an interesting dynamic. Everything's frozen. Oh. Is Franklin frozen?
No, I was just looking at the picture.
He was just in
I was looking at that
mode.
5, and I love the way the 5 reflects all the other numbers, which is what it does so beautifully. The 5 is really the number, I think, the most mystical of all the numbers, right? This is why we talk about the pentagram, yeah? It's the most stable number that there is. Shiva, in Vedic cosmology, Shiva's number is 5. And it's the number that transcendence. So it's the number of transcendence, which is interesting. Like we've completely misconstrued a lot of meanings of numbers here. Everybody thinks the number 7 is the number of transcendence, but number 7 is a number of wisdom. Yeah? And number 6 is a number of harmony. But number 5 is it's truly the number of transcendence, because it represents the most grounded structure that there is. It's pure action, in a sense. That's not action, sorry, pure movement that will become action. And it's interesting that it sits in the middle of the 10. Always sits in the middle of the 10. And the 10 is quite significant for us humans, having 10 digits and being able to sort of use the number 10 as we do. I've often heard people talking about other numerical systems and using 6-based math, but there is something about the number 10 that makes it quite easy for humans, yeah, to conceptualize, because when you've got 10 fingers, you tend to think in tens, don't you? Like if you said to a child, how many things are here? The first thing they'll do is they'll count it on their fingers, right? So your brain is sort of is preloaded with the number 10. No? It's the first thing you see when you're like a child, a baby. You see like these 10 things. The first thing you start to notice, that one's different to this one's different to that one, and these are all different. And you notice like there's so many of these that do this, and so many of these that do this. And so 5 represents like holding, grasping, giving, changing, rearranging, programming, it's got everything in it that can change things, which is the human hand. And yeah, there's something quite magical about the number 5. And to see 5 sitting in the center of Saturn's cube, is really quite incredible when you think about it, like as a concept. Because it doesn't here's an interesting thing. So in numerology, 5 represents commerce, right? So Mercury would rule over the what do you talk about that thing when you go over the sea and you buy mercantile? That's Mercury. That's where the word mercantile comes from, right? Prefix merc, as in Mercury. But it represents the maritime trade. Mercury would have been invoked for like people going to get in their ship and go across, because they would probably be doing that for trade. And Saturn represents money. Yeah, the number 8. Like everybody wants a good 8, because like my dad used to say to me as a kid, like, Franklin, did you dream about spiders last night? I'd be like, no, Dad. He says, well, you make sure you tell me if you dream about spiders. And if any of us dreamt about spiders, my dad got very serious. He was like, no. He's taking notes. If you wanted my dad to start taking notes about your dream, tell him about spiders in your dream. If you're telling him about like 8 things happening in a dream, or there's 8 of these, he's suddenly very serious. He's got his reading glasses on. He's got a notepad, he's got a pen. He's taking notes. He's asking very specific questions. And then he's going to go and play the horses. And believe it or not, in his own way, I mean, it works. You know? I remember how many times he won from this. So that number 8 is so related to money that you can distill from your dreams how to turn that into money. What a concept, huh?
Yeah, I also kind of wanted to mention one of the things I kind of noticed about this versus the Saturn square is that when you take the a grid, you have like all the different boxes and stuff. But what I noticed with this is that when I kind of look at it this way, just kind of unintentionally, that there's space in between the numbers, and there's space kind of around the numbers. So in your mind, you can easily think about all sorts of other numbers fitting in the empty spaces, and it's almost like your mind. It's almost like if you think about like I'm trying to think of the right analogy. It's like when you have like a certain like picture, and then you can kind of fill in the rest because you know the rest of what it implies. You look at that, and it's almost like it forces your mind to consider that there are other numbers sort of hidden within these sort of like in between spaces here. Whereas when you have everything like a grid, you don't necessarily, you think it's all set in stone, you think it's all figured out. Because I was thinking about the difference between squares and circles, right? With circles, there's always, you can't really form a fully tight grid with circles. There's always going to be little gaps in between, but that in a sense allows you to see the distinction. Whereas with squares essentially consume the entirety of the visual space, right? So that kind of makes, so then when you see everything, you don't really see that there's any kind of in-between spots. You don't necessarily look at that and think of fractal because you see it as already being complete. But when there's empty space in here, what your mind does is it fills in the gaps, and it's almost like this becomes the temple for the fractal, and then the fractal kind of blossoms from within the space. Like imagine if this was like all these were like little statues, each one of these numbers, and they were surrounded by soil, right? And if you kind of put a bunch of seeds in there, then a bunch of like plants will start to grow, around them. But I think it's just an important, like, it's amazing how like when you take things and you look at them from a different perspective, whether a different number system, different types of shapes. It shows you a different aspects of what's going on that you might not necessarily see before.
Definitely interesting. I wonder how we could work this into a circular pattern. You know, it makes me think of Celtic. You know, all those spirals and spirals coming, and like there must be a spiral pattern for this. Does that make sense? Where instead of having straight lines, you'd have spirals coming in and out of spirals that connect 7 to 8 and connect 2 to 1. You know, it's an interesting concept. Like you could draw this as a very interesting thing. And I wonder if this is the mathematics of the toric field, which is a rather interesting concept, you know. So yeah, I mean, we're getting towards the end of this. Well, we've been on like for 4 hours and 16 minutes. I thought, do you guys have last thoughts you want to share? Last ideas before we wrap it up?
Not really. We had a good talk today.
Yeah, I wanted to mention one thing you mentioned about how there's like, you know, there's bacteria in outer space and like they maybe have like some kind of aspect of mind. I feel like that potentially like are like fields that like Rupert Sheldrake talks about with panpsychism, the resonance fields. I feel like these are like clouds of mind that are like probably like, I don't know, probably like they're facilitated by like bacteria, and the mind is like a field that's connected to them. I think that could help them see through like time and space and connect them with like other bacterias. I feel like this like mind that's connected to them is like probably a primordial that like, and before there was like planets for life to grow, and like now that life has become more complex, the fields have just become more deeper and complex, and the bodies have, you know, manifested as the mind fields have grown into deeper aspects and things, you know. So I feel like we all have mitochondria. The bacterial and the mitochondria have been found to be like in multitude in like neurons, more so than like all other cells by like 100 times the amount. So we seem to be doing something in our neural system, in our nervous system, in our mind, our reflexes, and our whole brain is like being run by these mitochondria, giving all this energy. And that's why like the brain is like a real sugar dump. It uses a lot of sugar and energy and electricity there because mitochondria are doing something. And I feel like there could be a huge connection there, and they're in just about everything. So it would pretty much give like everything in life like a mind field to like explore its vibrations in the mind space.
Yeah, brother. Totally. Well, everybody, I hope you guys in the chat enjoyed this. I hope you guys are going to take it easy and enjoy the new year. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. It's been an honor as always, Indy and Cosmic. As always, I hope you guys are going to enjoy. Take it easy. You can hear the dogs lapping up water in the background. They're getting ready for their outside toilet adventure. That's their way of saying, yeah, dude, get on it, dude. Before, have you ever seen a Malamute pee? Oh my lord. It's got a bladder like a football. When he empties that bladder, dude, it's like the whole. And I've got a big room. I'm in a big room, dude. You'll be surprised how much coverage that Malamute can do in one session. Like, it's been an honor, brothers. You guys take it easy. It's been an honor with everybody in the chat. Thank you all. I hope you guys got what you came for. I hope you enjoyed the conversation. I was loving what you guys were sharing in the chat. Om Shanti. Big love, big blessings to everybody. Keep it real, keep it sweet. Don't be too wild, but be discreet. And yeah, man. Big love.
Blessed be.
Take it easy, everybody. Take it easy, everybody.